Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's a Monday, so that means it's time for some Factorio with space exploration and Krastorio². Hello everyone, hello Doopy and all the sort of the and regular and all, of course, all the people we're playing with here. We've got Marc and Tristan and Mike as usual, and I appear to be hanging in space. Where was this spaceship going when I was doing things with it? Oh, Norvis orbit. That's convenient. Let's land. Do so over here, where the ship belongs. So we've decided that a good way to start off this stream would be with a little bit of genocide. We were talking previously.
Just like casually throw that one out there.
Just a little, yeah.
Blimey.
Hey, it was Tristan's idea.
That doesn't make it better.
Yeah. And it was audio staticky. Okay, I'll try turning it off and on again to see if that helps. Give me a second. I do only have one audio feed going, which is the correct number that's supposed to be happening. So let's try this. Is that any better for the audio? I hope it is, because I'm not sure what else I can poke. Right, so in the meantime, I'm going to. So what we we've decided it's time to finally get rid of all the biters that are lurking around on Norvis. Good, thank you, Doopy. And just sort of clear them all out and make sure things are a little bit more peaceful down there. And so, in order to do that, I need to make. We're all going to go in and help. So I need to make sure I've got a combat ready suit. And this suit is not particularly combat ready. In fact, it doesn't need that many portable fusion reactors. Yes, it does because of the. I shall take one out anyway. I was going to say because of the roboports, they do use a certain amount of power. But anyway, what I want to do is I want to set up this suit. Let's see, what have I actually got that I can put in it? It doesn't need roboports, so we'll take those back out. It does need one of those things, so we'll put some fuel in there. Like that. I'm going to need a lot more lasers, but that's okay. I can go down. I think those are being made down on the ground. I'm also going to need a load of armor because we're going to go in and do combat. Now, possibly, I was going to say possibly I should use shields. That's not the case. I shouldn't use shields because they won't work with the jetpacks. And with this being flying around, dealing with biters in the old-fashioned way, we're going to need to be using jetpacks as opposed to if you
only want 4 or 5 lasers because you won't have power for more than that.
Okay. All right, I'll need to. They're down on the ground anyway, so I'll grab those in a moment. Hello, Elia, welcome. And yes, so lasers are indeed right here. Thank you. So which one are you? Are you submachine? Yeah, no, you're sniper. Let's have some sniper and some submachine laser. There we go. So if I then go into here, I can then put the lasers in like that. No, not this suit. The other suit. This suit. Put the lasers in like that. And I need some jetpacks. Jetpacks are not up here. We have the armor, we have the clothes, the adaptive armor, the lasers, the power supplies. Let's take a second one of those actually, because I know that the system is a little bit power hungry, should we say? Oh, I've got 3 of them now. I must have what?
I have 6 power things.
Okay. Fine.
How many you want?
I shall go with 3 and just accept that I'm probably going to be a little bit short of power because I've run out of space in my suit. I've got three large batteries, so that'll keep me going for a short time. Right, let's go down to the ground and get some more. There was something else I needed. More fuel for the reactors. That was one of the things.
It's interesting. Is I've only got 2 power things. Are we talking about the same power things? The portable fusion reactor.
No, the yellow ones. What are they? The
portable fusion reactor.
Yeah. Okay.
Like more is better.
Yes, Doopy. That's right. Jetpacks is the other thing I need.
Well, more is always better, as granted, but okay.
More is better and 2 is not enough.
Fair enough.
Down here we have legs, which I don't need. We have RTGs, which I certainly don't need. More batteries, again, don't really need those. Jetpacks, that's what I need. So let's take some of them. That's 2 of them. Great. Actually, that's all there's room for in here, so I guess that'll have to do. Actually, let's lose a couple of the adaptive armors. That's a bit overkill. And I need some more fuel, which is here. So we'll take another 2 stacks of that. And you know what? Actually, this is the point I think where I can change armor over. So we'll do that. Oh, good. I didn't scatter my inventory all over the floor. That's always a bonus. Because this is going to need some time to charge the batteries up before I can actually do anything useful with it. So we'll put some of those in there. And we'll leave that to charge up, and it's going to take quite a long time, but never mind. So yes, there are 1 or 2 biters left on this planet. What on earth's going on over there? Oh, it's the iron area. I'm not sure about the less armor, but I am also sure, but I am fairly sure that I want to be able to. I mean, this is sort of this allows me to potentially run away rather than if I start to get hurt, rather than just tank all the damage. So
yeah, you want at least 1 armor, but I've got 2, and that's been plenty.
Okay, I've got many. All right, let's take a couple of those out and put in another power generator then. And at least that way I'll hopefully be able to get everything charged up a little bit more quickly. I've got 6 lasers, 3 batteries, 4 generators, and a parsnip and a pear tree.
You're going to want probably 30 deuterium fuel cells and probably a couple of 100 rocket fuel just to make sure you don't run out.
Rocket fuel is a good shout. I don't have a huge amount of that. Where is rocket fuel, or shall I just get the bots to bring it to me? Do we have rocket fuel conveniently, so I can just go and grab some?
It's botted.
Yeah, but it's quick. It's often quicker and easier to go and grab it than to bot it.
Yeah,
it's on the bus.
Fine, I'll just get it by bot.
Oh yeah, the capsules did a huge amount of damage.
Yeah. So we threw out 5 anti-biter capsules before the swim.
So shout out to whoever suggested them. That's amazing.
Yeah, the anti-biter capsules are ludicrously powerful. I was going to say I don't have a great deal of important stuff. Most of this I don't care about all that much. But yeah, you're right. Let's put down a warehouse of shame. Actually, it's not a warehouse of shame unless I forget about it.
Not another one.
It's a warehouse of shame then.
I haven't
What I
forgotten
liked
about
in
it
the
yet.
what I liked in the recap videos is you're saying we've only got 3 warehouses. I was like going, you should only have 1.
No,
Let's
that's
go
not
for
true
that.
because a lot of it is full of useful
that's
stuff.
not shame. Those were useful.
Yeah, Mike doesn't understand
Yeah.
being useful. Don't need any of this stuff for now. I was going to say I'll keep the bots. I'm not sure what I'm keeping the bots for.
Repairing your armor. Wait, hang on.
Quite. That'll do. Actually, yeah, let's leave the thruster suit here as well. That's probably the most valuable thing I've got, the thruster suit.
Do you have more jetpacks in your thruster suit than
Yes.
in your armor?
Oh, you mean it's a
Then you
quicker
might
way of
want to
getting
use
there?
that to fly. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, that's
what
fair.
I've been using. Because yeah, even with however many I've got, 4 jetpack Mark 4s, it feels slow.
I can't help but feel, Laurence, that you my little chest of temporary holding. No, it's not shame. It's just temporary holding. Label for it, just erased on the way past.
Yeah, I thought
All right, I've put my thruster suit in it.
Mike doesn't listen, does he?
It's at spawn, so if I die, that's
Yeah, but
It's got-
Tristan's
oh.
suggestion was keep your thruster suit because otherwise
do
it's
you
going
not-
to take you half an hour.
Mark
Depending
was
on how...
suggesting you guys go south.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to do a sort of concerted working together on this, but okay.
I was
I think
following
we're
Laurence.
more or less done with the north part.
Okay, I'll head over to this. Head over out to the. Well, if I go out in that case, if I go out to the east, a weapon. I don't think a weapon is that. I mean, yes, it would have possibly been a good idea, but my intention was just to use my my lasers, my personal defense lasers, because well, that's what they're for.
If the nests were still full and lots of them, it would be worth having something like the railgun or the Tesla gun. But as is, the aiming is going to be so annoying that there's no point.
Yeah, I could go in and fire off nukes at everything, but again, it's just not much. There's just not a huge amount of point in it. The
Also, you hit trees with the nukes.
oh, that's the thought.
Yeah, so I've got my sort of standard weapons loadout, which is something to shoot them at a range, something to clear biter hordes that get near without causing excessive lag, and something which is just blocking stuff off as last resort.
Oh no, that's a laser, not a biter. Right, let's. Oh yeah, I need to switch clothes again. And there shouldn't be all that many biters out here, really. Don't look, I'm changing. There shouldn't be that many biters out here because we've been using the anti-biter capsules to essentially thin down the population on the planet quite... Ooh, I'm a lot slower with this armour. That is very, very noticeable. So there's a huge area of red on the radar down here, but I expect as I approach, you see a lot of it is just disappearing and there's not really very much left. I have managed to fully charge my batteries, which is nice. And I was going to say they're holding up well. That's not actually true. They are discharging relatively quickly. But I think it's going to be enough. It'd be nice if you could do a sort of, I think I've cleared the planet, therefore I want to just aggro every single biter to come charging in towards the centre of it. But I guess that wouldn't really be a thing you'd want in vanilla.
I mean,
Just use the
if
light beam.
we remove the filters from the filter belt, that's more or less what will happen.
Wouldn't that then...
We did that months ago.
Wouldn't that get them to then start building up more nests and things? I suppose.
No, but they would launch attacks, right?
Yeah,
And
I'm
so
not
we
so
would-
much trying to get them to launch attacks so much as I just want any... I just don't want to play Hunt the Biter.
Yeah, but you know, at least if we pollute the planet, they will charge us, and we know the
Find a
direction
behemoth.
we
Kill the
missed
behemoth.
something.
Flying along behind Laurence, clearing out the stuff he's missed. But there was a behemoth there, just saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see you say
they
flying
don't
along
necessarily-
behind me, clearing out the stuff I've missed. If you're finding stuff I've missed, then you're not flying along behind me.
Kind of am.
My sweep pattern might not be the most efficient. No, you're not. You're way over to the west of where I came down.
Yeah, if you say so.
I will say that my sweep pattern is probably not particularly efficient, thorough. But yeah, I'm not leaving anything behind.
All right,
In the areas
in that
I've
case,
gone
I
over.
shall head off to the east and go to the other side of the lake.
Okay. But however,
I thought we were doing this in pairs and so on, but that's fine. It's
you
fine.
do bring up a fair point that I should consider my route. So I'll just head basically due south from here, and then so if you go over to the eastern edge, well, make your way gradually over to the eastern edge of the world, clear out the peninsula you're on first, perhaps. I'll head straight due south and clear out this area, and then sort of work vaguely over to the east and meet you over there somewhere.
Yeah, sure. Sounds like a plan. In fairness, there's the odd biter just sort of wandering forlornly around.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I was worried about, really. It's like when if you're playing the original XCOM, or more seriously, Terror from the Deep, where if you had the cruise ship terror missions, the ones that everybody absolutely hated, you'd finish sweeping the level, and then you wouldn't have completed it because there was one lobster man hiding off somewhere inside a closet somewhere, and you then had to go around, and they're extremely difficult to find, and
Yeah.
Yeah, keep an eye on your minimap because you can't see the red mini dots there.
yeah.
Yep. I'm also using quick flicks of the what's it called? Navsat view to
Ooh,
just sort of
what's up there?
scout areas ahead.
Fair enough. I'm just letting the mini-map radar clear them out as I get towards them, which is entertaining because it looks like there's so many of them there, and then they just all turn out to be missing. I think I'm encroaching into the area I was leaving for you. But
The bit I'm
just going to
in
take...
quotes nervous about is if there is a bite that has wandered into an area where there isn't a red dot on it,
Yeah.
that would then
Blade
get
can
missed.
deal with that.
Sorry?
If
It
we're at small
can, but-
numbers, we'll just flick the glaive over there.
Oh, glaive. I thought you said plague, and I was going, no, we don't want to use the plague. That's the whole point of this, what we're doing at the moment. But no, yeah, glaive makes sense. I think I
You
need...
can run from me, biter, except you can't. Oh, there's a nest there. 2 nests. Oh, the rate of fire
It does
is so
seem,
slow.
yeah, it does seem to be mostly worms that are left, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the anti-biter things don't seem to kill worms as much.
Not as
Maybe we
much,
need
certainly not
anti-worm
100%.
ones. There are dead worms though before I got here,
Yeah.
so it has
Yeah,
killed
there's
some.
a fair bit of death in terms of the wormage.
I think I need to put more jetpacks in this suit. This is too slow. So, let's
But
have
what do you take out?
armor. I don't need. I'm basically not getting hit. So I'll put. I know this may turn into a famous last words kind of thing, but I can certainly take out 3 of those and put in some more jetpacks. And it's tempting to. It's tempting to take out a battery. I'm gonna take out a portable fusion reactor for now, and then fill up with put the lasers in and see how much I struggle from there. Yeah, it's sort of the worm. Yeah, the worms are definitely, you kill them and then they take a little while to realise it. It's sort of, I've started shooting, so I'll finish kind of thing, which is a little bit ridiculous. But yes, we are. We decided it's about time we finally, properly, fully, thoroughly cleaned out Norvis.
Tristan,
hello,
the
Macbeth.
fighters south of me should be just radar echoes, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't need to go into that. Those might be there. Yeah, there was one there.
Oh yeah.
Hadn't quite cleared that.
Okay, I'll go there.
Oh, and welcome, X-Rat. Thank you for joining us. You're Twitch is telling me that you are a first time chatter. So yes, welcome to the stream. And yes, this is we've been spending as well. Tristan and Marc have been spending a certain amount of time wandering around, sort of killing the biters in a not particularly full on way. They've just been going
in a very friendly way.
in a sort of a slightly, well, we'll do a little bit today and then we'll come back and do a little bit next week and so on kind of way. So now we're trying to be a little bit more thorough about it and just try and get them finished off once and for all. Is your ship on its way out to another place where it can get arcospheres, Mike? Because that might be a useful thing to do while you're off busy doing other things.
Is it? Okay.
No, but it's a useful thing to do.
It is. I was thinking about that because to do exactly 5 launches in an area, I haven't thought of a way to perfectly automate that. I mean, you could put memory cells down and blah blah blah, but that feels
you
a bit.
Could semi-automate it, like put a request for five things on a chest.
And then put the inserter down once it's met. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's do that then. I'm going to do that dangerous thing of just parking in a technically hostile area.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Oh, I know. I'm 99.9% sure I will be.
So taking that additional power supply out of my suit was possibly a mistake because I've now drained my batteries. So let's put that back again. Hello, Paul. And yes, it does let them sneak back in a little bit, which is unfortunate, but which is, I guess, is why we're now going in and trying to be a little bit more thorough about it and go in and clear them out properly.
Hello, Paul. Okay, so that's putting in a storage chest instead of a... Have I got the space probe rocket silos from flooring a pylon? I need inserters.
Of course, the power issue is possibly a reason to bring along a normal gun rather than just relying on the personal defense lasers, but oh well. Because then, yes, even if I do run out of battery power, I could still do a little bit of tidying up and cleaning. Right, let's do a quick navsat sweep. I think it does make a certain amount of sense just to make sure I don't miss any little sods on the way back up again. Because most of these, as you can see by looking at the mini map, most of them are dead, and so just sweeping the map over them clears them all out. But they're not all dead, so we do need to be a little bit careful. Alright, how are we doing there? So, okay, there's a load over here to the east I need to get, and then it's just sort of I am going to have to sort of sweep up and down and pretty much touch everywhere, just in order to make sure that we've got them all. Because whilst we've killed off most of them, they aren't. It's not like we've killed all of them off in specific areas and left them all in other areas. We've just thinned them down very heavily across the entire planet. So it's going to be a certain amount of flying around and trying to miss bits.
What's really depressing in some ways is that I've already cleared out more area just flying through it, making it secure, than I did in 2 or 3 entire streams towards the start.
Yeah.
Which I get is part of the whole, you're further through, we're now in, let's be honest, it's late game. For vanilla, it's super beyond late game, but we're now in late game. Actually, in fairness, the enemies in this are very much vanilla enemies, aren't they?
Yeah, there are no bigger, tougher biters. Which is why I've been saying in some of the streams that I almost feel like we need a mod to add better biters because we've got all these weapons that we're not really using.
Yeah,
because we don't straight up need
rampage mod or something like that.
Or Bob's enemies or something like that gives you.
Yeah, I get it. I really do.
But then on the flip side, I don't really like. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't like
your
biters.
suits. That's not fair.
What's that?
I caught up with Marc and I shot past him because I swapped suits.
Oh, I see.
A massive long trek to get over to the remaining biters.
Yeah, we've done a little bit of improving the system to bring the UPS back up again, Elia. Things like we've stopped using the free power system, which has enormous amounts of liquids or fluids rather in it, so it's very expensive on the UPS front.
I swapped suits when I was partway through them.
And we've also done a few other things, basically to try and get the UPS back up to where we would like it to be. And I think my computer can just about manage 45 UPS most of the time. Tristan's is the server though, because he's got the slowest one, and that's keeping us at 40, which is still pretty respectable, I think, given the sheer size of our base. Oh, there's a biter over there. Let's ping him on the way past. And apparently there's some red down here that I missed. And up here.
That's probably the entire
That's it.
thing.
No,
Other
the
than
PC
one or two.
upgrades wouldn't do any good because Tristan. Well, actually, no. Technically, I suppose I did. I switched over from using just
get
my
some
computer
radars
to do
here?
absolutely everything to having a separate computer doing running the stream, and that's made a big difference because the my personal computer or my gaming computer certainly couldn't cope with doing everything all at once. So that's made a big difference. What science are we on? We are very slowly making Deep Space Science 3. We are not really making Deep Space Science 1 or 2 in particularly large quantities because we've not been doing the researches that use them. So it's just sort of, the science is kind of, the advanced sciences have been kind of idling. We spent quite a long time over the last 2 streams doing a research that we don't really care about that only required very, very early on science packs. So there was a little bit of a waste of time in a way, and it meant that we were only doing we're only making Astro 1 science packs. But it did get out one of the sciences that we want to eventually do completely. It's got that done at least, so we've got that going. He's got that going for it, but it's going. Yeah, it was a rather big job. It was 131,000 Astro 1s and all of the basic stuff that goes with it to buy us basically nothing that we care about. So it was a little silly, but it's over now, and we can get on with doing things we still don't care about, like stronger explosives. Actually, Mark, you wanted stronger explosives, didn't you? What was that for?
Spidertron.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, here I am with all of these Mark 4 or Mark 5 lasers, and I'm just going in and plinking away at small biters. Oh, look, it's a mic.
Hello.
I shall finish off that worm you didn't quite finish.
I was racing to get all of everything else in front of you. In fairness.
Kill steal.
Pretty much.
In hindsight, I shouldn't have taken a mix of sniper and submachine laser defenses.
No,
I should have just brought
submachine.
sniper ones, or possibly just
submachine.
submachine. I'm not sure.
I've got
But the mix
just,
means-
just submachines.
The mix means that only half of my lasers are actually doing anything. Although it does mean if something turns out to be a little bit tougher, I can get.
Sorry, be right back. Thought I was being out.
Yeah, it does mean if I have any trouble with something, then when it gets a bit closer, I'll be able to hit it a bit harder like that. I don't know which one does more damage per joule.
I thought you looked originally and they were the same, but I can't remember.
I have a feeling I did as well. I think I noticed recently. I looked at the DPS for the more advanced lasers, and they were about the same. But the power, I thought the power consumption. I can't remember.
It might
to
be
be
the
honest.
DPS is the same.
Yeah. It would make sense for a longer range weapon to have a downside of using more power. So this probably is slightly unwise, but oh well. I mean, I was going to say power hasn't really been a problem, but looking at my batteries, they seem to be empty right now. So, however, I've got to a place, so I'm going to have a little bit of a look around and see if there's. Okay, there's a load down there. I think I need to finish off this little area down here to make sure I've swept this area. Although Marc is on his way in, so I think might be about to take on the ones I was just commenting on. I'll take on the ones that are in between then, and then carry on over towards the east. No, we don't have a science multiplier. We've just got the normal science rate. And I have to admit, given that we're playing with 4 of us, which way round is this? Yeah, given we've got 4 of us, we are able to expand about fast enough to keep the science busy. I think if I was playing on my own, then having a science multiplier would probably be useful. But because we have multiple people playing, you don't have that traditional space exploration problem where you do all the science and then you've got nothing left to do. Because there's more of us, we can get more sciences up and running relatively quickly and easily. Oh yes, there was a yes. We have 100. Yes, it cost 131,000 in standard vanilla space exploration K2 to do what was it? It was rocket reusability 17, I think, because we're sort of fairly completionist. So we are trying to, and we were at a point where we couldn't really do any deep space sciences, so we didn't have enough of the pack. So we thought we might as well get that one running. But yes, 131,000 of stuff is a lot to do.
Mike.
Yes, science is indeed running. You're right.
He's not here.
Yeah, he's not here.
Sweep. Aha, stuff to kill. Yeah, so if you're playing space exploration single player, then you tend to find that you spend most of your time trying to build up new science packs rather than doing actual research, because it takes so long to build up each new type of science that you might as well go off and have it. Then at that point, I think having a multiplier in there makes a certain amount of sense. Because there's 4 of us, that meant we're essentially, when we're doing the tiers of space sciences, we essentially had 1 each. So by the time I'd finished doing, or we do all say maybe we do all the astro because I just built a new science pack. But then by the time I built the next astro science, we'd already built. Other people would have built all of the other ones. Oh, I got shot out of the sky. That's my first time. Other people would have generated other science packs, so there'd be plenty more sciences to do, even though technically we'd have, even with it only being on normal multipliers. Also, I think if we were on a higher multiplier, then we'd end up with an even bigger factory, and our UPS problems would be even worse. So I think it's probably for the best that we're not. That said, even despite that, we're still doing science at a reasonable rate. I'm not sure what that reasonable rate is, but yeah. Oh, did somebody fix the science train?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Because I knew that
it hadn't broken yet.
Oh, okay. Because I knew it was sort of basically it was top of my list of things that needed to be done, and then I realized I went straight into going out and killing, so I didn't think about
I have returned.
improving. Didn't think about fixing that problem. So yeah, if you've done it, that's good.
Mike, before you go too deep into combat, may I request that you produce more tesseracts?
More tesseracts? Yes, you can. Would you like me to action that request as well?
Action is not a verb. Or rather, I object to action being used as a verb.
Oh, that's a whole separate thing. I mean, yeah, plenty of things I object to, but that doesn't stop it from happening.
I know they say you can verb any noun, but that doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, it's fine.
It feels like it's been night for an awfully long time, and I don't have night vision goggles because I generally just switch over to a navsat when it gets dark. So I'm buzzing around in the dark here a little bit, sort of squinting at the screen. But never mind, it'll be fine.
Okay. Tesseracts shall be continued to be produced.
Rocket reusability 17 is indeed very, very silly and completely unnecessary, given that we're basically not using using rockets. However, we like to finish all non-infinite researches before we call a run done, and that means that we'll have to do it at some point. So
I think
now, basically
there's a genuine sort of question mark over that for things like rocket reusability 17. Yes, I know it's not technically infinite, but the fact it's got a 17 tells you a certain something.
Yeah, it goes up to 20.
It's not infinite.
And if it takes 2 whole streams or near enough to...
Then we are not doing research packs enough.
Yeah, slap down more machines.
To an extent, yes, I sort of agree with you. I would say what I think we should do with things like that is consider them to be low priorities and do them if there's nothing else that we can research for one reason or another, and or if we're going off and trying to solve the Indiana Jones puzzles. But basically, yeah, but if we get to the end where we've done absolutely everything, but there's still 3 million rocket reusability science packs needed, then maybe we'll change our mind about it and go, actually, we're going to count those as infinite. The only reason they're numbered is because eventually you run out of percentages to increase it by.
I like the way that Tristan's going through. It's like, yep, that's fine. Mining productivity is useful. Energy weapons damage 13. Long range.
That was me reordering it to put the long-range star mapping in.
Oh
To
yes,
find out what that does.
because that's a story, that's a plot related thing. So we carefully waited, as you will have heard if you watch the videos. We carefully waited
I watched
for that
the
one.
videos. I'm operating on for the stream's benefit. One of my daughters is poorly. I'm operating on 7 hours sleep. So there's a lot that I don't remember right now. I was explaining how basic finance worked to a grad, and by basic finance I mean this is a contract, we get paid, kind of stuff. And I completely forgot all of that. You'd be amazed at what graduates need to learn. All right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I did verb the word.
Getting-
I did verb the noun verb as part of saying you can verb any noun, and that is in fact the joke. So yes, I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
Tristan,
rest-
could
the
you
rest
get
of
those
us
ones
ignored them.
just off to your east, please, because they're miles away, and we seem to have missed them.
That was the area I was planning on clearing
Cool.
out.
Thank you. Now I need
did
to get over to
forget-
those ones to my west before Mark gets to them. Yes, rocket reusability 17, indeed very, very silly. As I was saying, the only reason it's non-infinite is because because eventually you'll get to 100% reusability, whereas everything else, so rocket survivability, for example, counts as an infinite research because there is a limit to there is no limit to how far you can take it, because each time you just reduce the percentage chance of a rocket crashing by a certain amount or something like that. So that one can be done infinitely. Yes. Sorry, I'm not sure what didn't occur to you, X-Fretto. Oh, Tristan's up there.
The
Yes, it
100%
generates.
reusability.
It actually generates cargo parts, rocket parts when you launch a rocket. So you launch a rocket, you get 120 of them back again. So what on earth am I going to do with all of these?
I mean, statistically speaking, it is not actually impossible for a Hurricane to go through a junkyard and assemble a fully functioning 747.
Yes.
I just would not want to be the QA analyst to deal with that.
I mean, as long as it's not a 737 Max, it should be all right.
Still wouldn't want to be the shade. Dear.
I think that's what the people on the flight said, although possibly not in those exact words.
Touche. Oh dear.
Actually, when I started saying that, I was thinking of the recent ones which didn't have any fatalities. I should probably be slightly more.
I was going to say, I mean, I'm not going to draw attention to it because yowza, but whew.
Yeah, I was thinking of the one where they didn't put the doors on properly and the front fell, no, the side fell off, rather than the ones where the plane decided that the ground was in fact the sky. So, yeah, that's slightly different.
It's, yeah.
So we are about to finish long range star mapping 1.
Yes. Oh, I have a behemoth spitter.
Long distance constellation match something coordinate safe to informatron.
I'm just going to kill the spitter and then go
the-
find out. I think
the
I probably
symbol. Screenshot that symbol. Someone.
It's fine. It's in star mapping.
No, I've done it. I've screenshot it.
Move on.
I'm imagining that's just an icon, but rather than an actual
but-
symbol that means things. But yes. And as Tristan says,
But-
it's in the yeah. There is a constellation or a thing at coordinates in standard vector format apparently. So star mapping is achieved by repeatedly researching the technology's long-range star mapping. Looks for interesting patterns of stars in other galaxies. So that does look a lot like the symbols that we found in the in the pyramid quite a while back. So we just need to try and find a way to compare to match those and the pyramids up, and then work out what to do with the things when we have a match.
So, do we want to talk a little bit about the Fenestra puzzle?
Well, the Fenestra puzzle at the moment, I don't know how much there is to say about it, because at the moment we are aware that we have found a thing. We've built you've repaired the Stargate, and we can potentially start putting. It's asking for bits and pieces, and we can put those bits and pieces into it, and it will presumably do something at that point. But we don't really know anything about that yet, so I don't know how much we can say.
So, well, I mean, there's some basic facts that we can establish. He says as Mark whips past him at slowly approaching light speed. The first one is
take a
it's
shortcut
quite
by
obviously
Fenestra.
based on Stargate, as in the TV show and film.
It seems likely, certainly. I mean, the gate itself certainly is, and I was going to say it looks like you have things around the edge for setting coordinates on, like in the TV show. However, I did notice that if you click on them, it says they seem to claim to be outputs rather than inputs. Now it's possible they're both.
That's that. So I did the same thing. That's just circuitry, saying that there is a circuitry output, which kind of makes sense because everything in Factorio is automatable,
Yeah.
and therefore a lot of things do have a level of output. But a Stargate, by definition, is a gate through the stars, i.e., it goes somewhere,
Yes.
which means you need an address or destination or a whatever. In Stargate SG-1, the TV series, the gate has 9 chevrons from memory, of which 7 are used to dial a address in the Milky Way, and then the 8th they have as and this allows you to go to another galaxy. I forget what the 9th does.
Allows you to go to another universe, probably.
Isn't the 9th the origin?
No, so it's the way they describe it is they say you need 6 points in space to define a point in space. You need 6,
Yes.
1 up, 1 down, left, right, forward, front, back, and then the 7th is the point of origin.
Okay.
So then you got the 8th, which is your.
At least I remembered one of them.
I had sort of assumed, and this is based on just leaping to sort of a guess. So I mean, there's a fairly high chance it's wrong. That it was going to be a sort of the end game is that you put the correct thing into the Stargate, and then that allows you to complete the game by going home. In the same way that vanilla, you launch the rocket, and that enables you to go home in inverted commas, thereby completing the game.
That makes sense.
As I say, that's very much a guess. I've no evidence whatsoever to base that on, just as a sort of a base assumption. So we'll.
Miroslav Dubik says the extra symbols for the Asgard gate. Thank you.
Okay.
That makes a level of sense. The interesting thing is that Stargate.
So it turns the Stargate into a Bifrost. Sort
of. They changed the way that the gate system worked throughout the series, just to be helpful. Did
they manage to phrase it in such a way that it sounded like they were discovering new ways to use it rather than just sort of changing the rules?
Slightly. They then started talking about it being like an area code for phone numbers and so on, and then later on you've got all of the symbols have words associated or sounds associated with them. So Teo Nas Proclarush, I remember being one of the addresses. Yeah, but Teo Nas Proclarush is an address. 6 syllables, each of which corresponds to a symbol on the gate, and so suddenly addresses don't mean the same thing anymore. But anyway,
or it's just an easy way of remembering them.
Also possible.
It's like turning a phone number into a jingle.
Yeah. Anyway, the important thing is there's 8. Let's call them chevrons, using the Stargate wording, on this gate. Now, if it's going to a destination, the way that Stargate has it in terms of you need 6 points in space plus the point of origin isn't actually true. You don't need the point of origin because you are the point of origin. That you don't need to input that as an extra value.
It's like you don't need to tell Google Maps where it's navigating from because it's just your current location.
Yeah, or you override that if it's from a different location, but when saying take me there, exactly.
Yes.
Run, little biter, run, run, run.
I think you're enjoying that far too much.
Maybe. So you're going to a point. I'm assuming that you're setting the destination of a point. Now, also assuming that it's not like a telephone number, which, oh my goodness, that will hurt so much in terms of the mathematics of that. Then you're into cryptography, and that really is just going to hurt. It's doable, but it's going to hurt. Assuming it is some sort of thing, you have several ways of declaring a point in space. You can have the intersection of 2 lines, you can have the intersection of 3 planes, you can have range and bearing. There's 2 bearings, 1 range. For 3D space, that is. There's a few other ones if you're being clever.
Yeah, looking at chat, I I'm not sure. I sort of struggle a little bit to define Star Wars as actually good. I mean, I was quite into it, especially when I was a lot younger. But I mostly got into it because of the X-Wing computer games, which were absolutely amazing, and then later on because of the books, which were not bad for sort of books aimed at teenagers. Got shot out of the sky again.
There are Star Wars books.
Oh, loads of them. There was the whole
Loads.
expanded universe they called it, I think. But yeah, loads of them, and some of them were very good. Some of them were quite good. Some of them were okay. There were lots and lots of different authors, but all writing in the same universe that essentially continued on after the films. With basically what the rebels got up to after defeating the Empire, with various other enemies they had to deal with later on.
So like licensed fan fiction.
Yeah, pretty much.
Essentially, yeah.
But with it being licensed, they had a sort of a single universe, and therefore, when you read the later books, the earlier books were still canon and would still have happened. I've run out of battery. Problems. Fly faster, you fool.
I really like Star Wars, but
you have to remember that Star Wars is not science fiction; it is science fantasy.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, there are very few real science fictions. Most stuff these days is science fantasy.
Yes, it's a sort of a sliding scale. It is where have you departed from reality? What have you changed? Can you? I think to an extent, some of it is. A lot of science fiction will be you have one acceptable departure from reality, like The Expanse has the Epstein drive, which is now somewhat unfortunately named.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's fairly hard sci-fi until the protomolecule stuff starts happening, for example.
Yeah.
And even after that, it's pretty much hard sci-fi for quite a long time, except for you have this amazing drive that will let spaceships go a long, long way, and okay, there are wormholes. But apart from that, it's sort of most so science fiction tends to be sort of you pick your break from reality to make basically long range space travel possible, because that's what everyone wants from their science fiction. And exactly how you do that varies, and how convincing it is, and how well the whole thing hangs together. It depends on the skill. It depends on how good the author is and how much they care about it being reasonably hard. Or you have something like almost anything Heinlein wrote, which is going to generally be very, very hard sci-fi and probably possible. Even if he got a few bits of computers and things like that wrong because he wrote in the 70s, 80s, whenever it was. So the computers aren't entirely realistic, but
even Arthur C. Clarke, who's absolutely 2001: Space Odyssey, he supervised it, and they have. I think it's 2 scientific errors in the entire thing.
Are they things that were known to be scientific errors at the time, or was it he made a guess about how something would work, and it turned out he was wrong?
So one of them is that all stars are white.
Okay.
Which was done purely because that's what the technology allows us to do for the film, and even though Stanley Kubrick was willing to do all kinds of things, no. Just no.
I think to an extent I'm prepared to allow something like that as not even count that as an error as such, because that's just sort of down to the limitations of the technology. So it's sort of slightly different.
Yeah.
It's not a plot inaccuracy unless they referred to the fact that all stars were white for a plot reason or something. But I'd say that's not a. I wouldn't define that as
when that's actually genuinely listed as one of the biggest scientific inaccuracies in the piece, that tells you a certain amount.
Yes, that's very true.
The other one, 2001: Space Odyssey, X-Ret. It's a Stanley Kubrick film based on Arthur C. Clarke. Actually, technically, it's 2 Arthur C. Clarke books that he merged together and rewrote for the film, because his stories weren't quite long enough as standalones.
Oh, I've run out of batteries again.
The other mistake, and it's genuinely very questionable, and I'll let you work out if you can guess why we haven't done the necessary science to work out what the correct behavior is there's a bit where the Dave Bowman, the astronaut in the film, is stuck outside of the spacecraft in a little pod thing without his helmet. So he's in a pressurized thing, so he's okay, fine. and the onboard computer, which has taken over, decides that it's not going to open the airlock. So what he does is he opens putting it simply, opens the back door of the pod into the manual override airlock, which he can open and do the first bit of the sequence without a suit on, and then has it do an emergency repressurization routine. And the question is, would that be fatal or would you live? He's in the vacuum of space for 10 to 15 seconds.
Right.
He would live.
That's the bit people aren't sure on.
We've got evidence.
He would live until the pressurization returns. The question is, would he regain consciousness?
Or is it
Experiment.
So is the question? Is the question? Could he survive in? So it's not could he survive in a vacuum for 10 seconds? It's how would his body respond to pressure suddenly being re-established very quickly?
Okay. It's that's 0 and then up again. Yeah.
He would survive. So the body would survive. I'm not talking about gaining some consciousness or anything else.
Yeah. Okay, so you think he'd live. The question people have is, would his blood boil? Which would be fatal.
Yeah, but slowly.
I mean, yeah.
I have to admit, I don't feel I have the correct expertise to have a strong opinion on this.
So
I've
accidents
definitely
with barometric chambers, the known thing is that it takes less than 10 seconds for even a relatively fit and healthy adult to pass out, and that usually results in fatal things happening.
What
but it's
causes
not
you to
quick.
pass out? Is it your blood sort of not transferring oxygen into your brain properly at that point, or because obviously you can survive without oxygen for a lot longer than 10 seconds because you can hold your breath. But then also holding your breath when there's a vacuum around you is going to be extremely difficult. And I believe that's I've heard again in random science fiction of who knows what quality that if you get caught in a vacuum, you shouldn't try to hold your breath because you'll do a load of damage to yourself as your lungs sort of try and decompress. But again,
your lungs will be putting outwards pressure on your ribs and so on when they're meant to handle inwards pressure.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. X-ray. If you hold your breath, your lungs will explode. That's the sort of thing I'm thinking of. But I'm aware that I've only acquired this knowledge from science fiction that may or may not be that has who knows what level of accuracy.
I just found a group of 4 nests.
Yeah, I got a fiber earlier.
I haven't really been counting. There've been certainly a few of them.
So I've had 4 clumped right next to each other.
Yeah, I've had a couple of 2s. I don't think I've had a 3.
So what you're saying is Tristan and I are doing the heavy lifting here.
If you think 4 nests is heavy lifting, then okay. I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm just going to let that one sit there.
I mean, we've recruited you two to join in for clearing the last quarter of the planet.
Yeah.
And I mean, I appreciate that, when the going gets tough, the tough have to call the super tough. I appreciate
when the going gets tough, the tough call for close air support.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's another shock mercenary reference. Oh, there were. I was going to say there were 3 or 4. Let's look at the. Oh no, there's only three nests in that cluster. I had to go back and look at the corpses of the nests or the spawners.
They're fairly spread out. It was a.
Okay.
It was a clump in the nest that seemed particularly odd, given.
Okay.
They've normally just been a scattering.
Yeah. So what are we going to do with all this space we're liberating at the moment?
Expand.
Mark's going to pave it all.
I haven't done that in a long time.
Is there enough stone on Androgen for that? I know we're core mining it, so it's infinite. But is there enough stone?
Yes, infinite. So yes, easily.
So what I'm hearing is, why haven't you paved this?
Yeah, why haven't you been carrying around an inventory full of stone bricks, Mark?
Yeah.
Or actually, no. We given that we've got infinite supply of iron as well, so we could concrete it all. Is it still just iron ore and stone to make concrete?
I think technically there's water, although that doesn't really subtract from
water doesn't count. Water is free. I saw movement on my screen and went, "Why aren't my laser shooting at it?" And oh, it's Mark.
I refer you to your previous question. Why aren't your lasers shooting at it?
Ooh, this is a large red area on the map. I wonder if there'll be 4 nests in it.
So anyway, the Fenestra anomaly.
Mike.
What I'm thinking, hello, is that presumably. Ah!
Yeah, I agree.
It just pinged us.
Tristan just do a flyby and tried to shoot me with a railgun. Fortunately, his aim is atrocious.
Fortunately, he wasn't trying to shoot you.
Fortunately?
For Mike.
Yeah.
There is a plague rocket that will kill off all biters, but we felt that plaguing Norvis was just felt wrong, so we haven't. So which is why we're going around doing it the hard way like this.
You speak for yourself, all right?
We decided it was decided as a group that plaguing Norvis
was-
felt a bit wrong.
Democratically, in the form of one man, one
is
vote.
anyone
I
getting these
can't
ones?
remember which one of us had the vote.
Is anyone getting those ones? We seem to have moved past them. Oh, am I standing in something unpleasant? I am.
Oh, which one? Yeah, I'm on my way there.
Okay. I just realised I got shot by a worm just while I was standing around looking at the map, and the only reason I realised was because my armour bar was wibbling from full to not quite full and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth because I was standing in the goo. So it was doing absolutely.
Stand in the goo.
I got out of it as soon as I noticed, but it was sort of comical that it was having
Laurence.
almost no effect. Ooh, there was something there.
Yeah, we've got late game combat technology with.
Dude says we should
what?
keep some as pets.
In fairness, you can grow them as pets.
Oh yeah, we
On
can have the friendly
Force.
ones. Yeah, friend in a jar or whatever they're called.
Something like that.
Sleeping friend, I think, is what they're called when they're still in the jar.
I think, Stargate, that we're looking for coordinates.
It does seem likely, yes.
But the question, or no, rephrase that. We're looking for something that will solve to get coordinates. The
So
question
yeah,
is whether.
we've got the. It looks like we're getting potentially symbols from doing the deep space, whatever it's called, probe launch thing, whatever that research was that we just did are called, and so we're getting we're getting patterns from there. We're seeing patterns in the pyramids, so presumably they have some sort of a behemoth. So presumably they have some sort of correlation. We just need to work out what the correlation is.
Yes.
Oh yes, and we have Regular points out that we have the interburbulator to go and play with at some point. The thing out on the anathema device, if you'll excuse the Pratchett reference.
The what? Sorry.
The Spidertron that's wandering around a giant screen.
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
It's on a planet called Anathema, and it's clearly a device, so I'm going to call it the Anathema device because it's a Pratchett reference.
Okay, no worries.
If you don't recognise the reference, then you need to go and read more Pratchett, clearly.
Oh,
Yes.
The read list is already too long.
Pratchett's okay. Most of the books are pretty short. Although, actually, didn't we discover that all of them combined, all the Discworld combined, was longer than all of the Stormlight combined because there's just so many of them out. Although the graph was out of date, so I can't remember exactly where the line was. But yeah,
like that.
Discworld is significant because there's about 30 of them. Individually, they're relatively short books, but he wrote a lot. It would be interesting, actually. I need to go and find one of those words per year type graphs and see whether Pratchett or Sanderson actually writes faster. Because Sanderson's books tend to be longer, but Pratchett's ones came out, at least hit his height, they came out more frequently. It was most years. It was. No, I think it might have been about sort of 7, maybe 8 months per book for Pratchett. And ignoring the year of Sanderson as being a special case, I don't think Sanderson quite hits that, even with the short in inverted commas, the sort of the wax and wane type length books. Hello, Hohenheim. Welcome. You've got the space trains. Nice. Yeah, space trains are a lot of fun, and they finally allow you to organise your space station into a sort of a slightly more sensible and functional system, rather than just having to make an enormous system of belts and distance.
With that description, how do you explain ours?
This is reasonably well organised, as organic train systems go.
It's an organised organic train system.
Yeah,
man.
just call it organic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it grew organically.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Taishikuten might have a bad day.
Oh yes, I spotted that while I was doing the videos. I think I might have commented on it to Tristan because he was around at the time, but or in Discord at the time. But we don't care about Taishikuten. I imagine the coronal mass ejection protection is no longer functional, but I'm not certain. It might
Probably
still be
not.
working.
It's been out of power for a long time, and there is a bit of drain.
Right.
I don't know.
So it probably won't be able to defend itself. But in a way, we almost want to just destroy that, get everything on that planet destroyed, so we can
Yeah.
so we can trim it.
You could vent the steam in those the turbine batteries, steam batteries.
Or just for the horrific and grotesque enjoyment of watching everything get blown up by a coronal mass ejection.
Well, I was thinking, you want everything to be destroyed.
I was just a little tongue in cheek saying that. I mean, I don't really care, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely thinking you want everything to be destroyed, so why not?
Encourage it.
yeah. I mean, the sensible thing to do would be to go over there with some bots and a big deconstruction planner and just rip everything up. But
Is it worth the cost?
it's the advantage to it is
It's
that
the effort rather than its cost.
Yeah,
Which is one of the costs.
is it worth the effort to gain the small amount of UPS that we gain from removing it all? Essentially.
Well, I think so. If we cast our minds back, we did have people in chat saying a year ago, or whenever it was it started, that approach you're taking with warehouse and loader and the free power system, etc., is going to be expensive on your UPS. And we sat there going, nah, you're like, yeah, it will, sure, but it'll be fine. And then we got to the stage where they're going,
Oh, it is actually a problem.
that's more of an issue than you thought. And it's death by 1,000 cuts. It's not like we had one thing that suddenly dropped the UPS by 10%.
Yeah. So to answer Regular's question, you're supposed to be able to delete surfaces even if you've got stuff on them and just go, nope, I want to abandon this one. But I tried it and it didn't seem to work, so I'm not quite sure why not. Maybe Tristan needs to do it because he's the server admin. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling I tried it. Probably locally actually, so it wouldn't make any difference whether it's who tries it, and it didn't work. It didn't delete stuff, so I'm not sure why not, but it doesn't seem to work.
Do you know if Taishikuten has trains?
It does not have trains.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
So there won't be that train warehouse system, at least, on either of them.
True. Pretty sure it doesn't have to. Actually, I'm not certain now, come to think of it. It's been so long since I've messed around over there.
Yeah, Dracket definitely doesn't.
I don't know where I am. I think I'm over here.
Oh, Biter nearly bit me.
I don't think I've got
up to bite.
I don't think I've got
Biter
bitten.
nearly hit you.
Yeah, I don't think I've got bitten yet. I have got hit by worms or by possibly spitters, probably worms a few times.
I mean, I haven't even taken a hit, but spitters and worms, I can kind of see. You fly into a group of them, and
yeah, I think that's why Tristan was commenting on it as being a gosh, a biter.
Yeah, biter.
Biter actually managed to get me.
No, it didn't actually hit me. I was still
tried
there afterwards, but it started the animation of attacking.
Right. Oh yeah, I was somewhere. I was definitely somewhere else, Miroslav. I wasn't trying to delete a planet that I was on. that seems a bit dangerous, even for me.
I was going to say that is a very you thing to do, though. I shall delete this planet if you've forgotten anything. No, it's fine. Laurence, you're standing on it. Ah! Yeah.
The reason we've abandoned the planet is because we don't care about the resources on it anymore. So it's the two that we're referring to are the two moons of Norvis, the Cryonite, well, two of the moons of Norvis, the Cryonite one and the Vulcanite one. And we've moved on to bigger and better Vulcanite and Cryonite planets because they weren't supplying us with enough. And so we've sort of abandoned those ones. And that's why we'd like to delete them, because they're not actually providing any resources anymore, but they have a load of infrastructure set up on them because we just left it in place when we abandoned them because we're untidy.
I've just seen this on the map, which looks like it's a marker that's been put. Actually, if you look at it on the map zoomed in, it doesn't so much, but on the mini map that looks like it's someone's put a dot on there for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
It is just
yeah,
a nearly
that's
perfect circle of snow. Oh, I hate that thing where you fly along over a bit that you've already cleared or someone else has cleared and you know they have. And then you find a couple of biters that have just wandered across it like, oh, hello, let's look over here.
Yeah, I think we are going to have to use the glaive beam to just finish things off at some point once we've killed nearly everything, because there's bound to be some biters that we've missed.
Oh yeah, what I'm thinking at this point, actually, I'm tempted to go over and nick a couple and just chuck them the south side of the planet. And then...
chuck one at the north side of the planet to...
Yeah, because that's where we think we finished.
Oh no, because they target worms and nests first.
And therefore they will come to the south side first. What I was thinking is, if you see them just all trundling off in the same direction...
You could go over there and have a look.
Hint to go and... Yeah, exactly.
They also otherwise... if it's far enough when they're in autoclave mode.
I don't know, and I am just thinking how awful it would be to have a glaive just wander straight through the middle of our entire Norvian factory. I suppose it wouldn't be that bad, really, because everything would get rebuilt automatically. But still, it would still be pretty horrific.
It was silly. Be silly.
Also that, yes.
In my mind, my thought process just immediately went there. That would be fine because the first alarm would go off as power poles got hit. We'd all switch it off. And then I thought, no, this is us. The alarm would go off.
But we'd be distracted because we were doing something else and we wouldn't bother. Or
someone would comment on it. Someone else would say, oh, yeah, that should be dealt with. And we'd all just watch the number tick up.
Yeah.
As eventually Marc goes, fine, I'll do it.
Or probably more likely me, based on what happened when we had some sort of crisis on Norvis ages and ages ago. One of my deaths was an emergency suicide to get back, because it was the only way to get back to Norvis before biters overran the entire universe.
Alternatively, Talos had one go through it, and
yes,
and you were running around panicking, and I was the one who turned it off.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, getting shot at.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna nick a glaive, and I am gonna stick it on the south side. Right, what are you shouting at? Shouting at? Shooting at? Knack ship. Knack ship? Ooh, knack ship.
No, don't do that one.
Snowdrop one.
Take the combat.
Probably the least bad.
I was going to say, no, the combat ship one. The one called combat.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably the best one to use. Because that's... And if you really want a second one, then probably the deep space exploration ship. Because both of those are manual ships.
No!
And...
Sorry. Oh, that's okay. Note to yourself. Change the drop-downs not from top to bottom. Just absent-minded the auto-glaved Fenestra there. Fortunately, it didn't matter.
At least you auto-glaved and not... Oh, no, it completely doesn't matter if it was on Fenestra.
We might have damaged the Stargate.
If you damage the Stargate...
No, because it'll be naming it where the ship was.
Yeah.
It has chosen where to shoot.
You can probably update that manually.
It is on the south side. It's quite close to the wall. Where there's a behemoth worm that's having a bad day. There.
So it is. Yep, we obviously missed that. Remember that one? There's a... Oh, no,
There was a behemoth worm that had a bad day. Okay, I'm going to move it.
Where is it? Oh, right.
There.
Yeah, because we have...
I hope nobody minds if I create a small forest fire.
But pollution.
That's fine.
Right, so yeah, apart from the ones that Tristan and Mike are just tidying up now, I think we're all the big patches of biters are gone. So I think we are now onto glaving time, and therefore I might as well go off and do something a bit more useful. What's going on up here? Oh, they're laser turrets. Unhelpfully, laser turrets are the same shade of red as biters.
Enjoy, Mike.
Or at least close enough that I can't tell the difference.
Ah. That was cool. I want to do it again.
Did you hit him with it, Tristan?
No,
that's right. Tristan hit me with the autoglaive. It's jumped. Where's it gone?
Excellent. North of there.
How far?
So yes, the answer is it does jump.
It does jump.
Yep, and
oh yeah, there's
a reasonable distance.
And there's a couple of biters up there as well.
Not a crazy distance, which is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Think you get those two biters before it clears off? Probably not, because it's going after worms first, isn't it?
Depends if there's any more worms.
Yeah. How's that worm doing? Quite well.
Oh, it's going over in that sort of direction.
It is. Yep, I think it's going for that biter. It does look like it's drawing...
It might do local biters. So before
there's a
jumping,
small
it
one there
might
as well.
do.
Absentmindedly gun down a biter on the way past.
Yeah.
Watch what happens when I do this, Laurence. Watch.
Explode.
But it does basically nothing.
Oh, there's a biter over there.
Yeah, it does basically nothing except it does basically nothing to anything that can move and get out of the way. Essentially, that's traveling quite a long way in the drawing a black line
so
on the ground.
turn it off and autoglaive again.
Yeah,
If you want, you are going to be babying it for a little while if you do that, but it will be a lot quicker and we'll get.
Oh,
just
it's
generally get rid
more
of
that
everything.
Mike killed.
Oh, Mike killed the one it was going for. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so there's a genuine question mark about do I. What I was initially expecting to do was to basically use it to indicate which direction of travel to go.
Right.
So do I want to head north, south, east, west from that position to find the next lot, and then
Yeah. It is on biters now.
Yeah.
rather than-
And it's just auto jumped
Oop, it's quite close to me.
and auto jumped again. It did a double jump.
No,
there, and
I'm
it's jumped-
doing some of the jumps, but it is sometimes auto jumping.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, I'm going to head off.
Yep, me too.
Back to.
Am I even going in the right direction? I'm not sure. Yes, more or less. Bit more east than north. Right. So at this point, I can
Balls.
actually
another
bring up
nest.
my to-do list and have a think about that.
It's destroying a nest now.
Oh.
I keep accidentally just completely emptying my equipment grid.
Clumsy. Hooray! I'm back inside the walls. Yeah, I'm glad I've got a decent number of jetpacks in this suit. This would be a... Ooh. I keep flying over uranium and getting the Geiger counter sounds.
You keep flying over my what?
Yeah.
Anium.
Ah, obviously.
It makes funny noises.
All I'm going to say is I had it pointed out to me last week, by my Spanish client that the difference between año, which means year in Spanish, and anno is a really, really important one.
I can imagine. There's a similar thing in French with the word for duck.
That's a really tough worm.
Right, so as is traditional, I do have a to-do list. Oh, and one of the things on my to-do list is something to do in OBS rather than in Factorio. So let's do that. If I can find it. There we go. Twitch notifications is you. Let's bring you down a little bit. There we go. So that's easy enough. That's true. There is a fairly similar one in English for duck as well, but but slightly less, slightly more obviously different, shall we say? Okay, so the first real thing on the to-do list was to fix the science train, which Tristan has already done. So let's take a look at that anyway. That's in Norbit. So I'll talk about this a little bit, very, very briefly. So we have this train that goes in here that brings all the science packs from over here over to the other side. Now, what Tristan has done here is left 2,000 of them in the chest there that won't be dealt with. So that's not great.
Whether that was going to happen.
I'll send it back manually and tidy that up. I'm looking in the wrong place.
It's presumably that's a full train plus
it's
part
gone.
of another stack.
Oh, in fact,
Given
did
what
you
happened-
just send it back, or is it a sheer coincidence? Oh, it's going forever. You didn't fix it properly.
Oh, the other end is requesting it, presumably.
Yes, needs better fixings.
No, don't do that. Send it back.
Oh
Send it
yeah,
back
you're
to the
right.
top.
Yep. Okay. Yep, I understand. All right. So over here, yes, we need to remove the request in here. So basically, what was happening? We had this train that was bringing all the science packs over from the bus area over to here, where they can all be dropped off and used for doing science. But there was a change in the recipe, so I need to remove that one. There was a change in the recipe for the advanced science pack, and so that meant that the train bring them over was looking for science packs that it wouldn't find. So Tristan went in and he eliminated all of this across the bottom, which meant the train wasn't filling up with those, which is good because then it was able to leave because there wouldn't be any over there. However, there are a couple of thousand of them over there, so we would like to pick those up. So I shall send the train off manually over there. It'll then fill up with those, and then we can get rid of them. Then we can get rid of those and sort them out.
So there will be part of a stack left, presumably, because there was last time.
Yes, you might be right. I shall monitor it and baby it for a moment. Which train are you? No, not you. Is it this one? Yes, that one. So that'll pull in here. It can then pick up all of these science packs. There's about 2,000 of the advanced science packs. So it'll grab those, then it'll head back over. It'll unload them and so on. So no, not you apparently. Come on, train. Pulls in here, and now it can load up with these science packs. It won't. I was going to say it won't leave. That's not necessarily true. It might leave if it does manage to fill up with. If it does manage to fill up with these science packs, if there was slightly more than 2,000, which seems quite likely, then it will leave. It'll go over and dump those, and then it won't come back because it's not being told to leave when it's run out of these things. So I'll have to do a little bit more babying of it. But for the moment, I'm going to ignore it for a second. So the next thing I wanted to do was have a quick look at Agnea and Talos to make sure that they seem to be working, because we had problems with spaceships last time, and we believe we fixed those. But I just want to make sure that these areas look happy. So over here we're not feeding any vulcanite or enriched vulcanite in here, because we presumably have enough over in Norbit. So there's a spaceship sat here. If we go and have a look in Norbit again. I can now check these spaceships, the unloading areas over here. Agnea, yes, we have a large quantity. We have 200,000 vulcanite, so that's fine. We've got an excessive amount of the enriched vulcanite as well, so that's probably fine too. I might put this back into the. I know there was a reason for this originally, but I think. Oh no, actually that's okay. That can go into there.
There's 20 left.
Okay, I'll go and tidy them up in a bit.
I might just set the inserter to take them out and put them in the red chest. Oh no, there's some on the belt as well. No, and once the train's unloaded, 30 or 40, sending it back once more will be enough.
Yep, that seems reasonable. Right, so do that. That'll tidy them away. So the other problem was with the Talos ship, this one over here. So we were running a bit low on. We actually got to the point where we were starting to run low on beryllium, because I think we churned through quite a lot of it. And this ship, as I say, this ship was broken as well. So what's going on with this at the moment? So I think we had a yes. Oh yes, I remember. Yeah, we had a bit of a worry about the amount of sulfur, but I think when I was making the video, I reckoned that yes, there's quite a lot of sulfur waiting here, ready, waiting for the train to take it back down again. So we just need to fill this train up, and there is a trickle of beryllium coming through and a little bit of byproduct as well. So the train will fill up. It's currently, where am I looking? Currently about half full. Hopefully that's going to be enough sulfur. I guess we'll see. We'll find out in time. But hopefully then the train will be able to go back up again. It is also set. So I think I set this one properly. Yeah. So here we go. If we have a whole second of inactivity, so if the supply of stuff being brought in does dry up completely, then the train will depart to go and get some more sulfur. So there's a fairly high chance. Well, actually, no, there's a pretty steady stream of beryllium coming down here. But if we do use up all the sulfur so that the beryllium stops coming, then the train will go, oh, there's some sulfur up there. There's no sulfur down here, and I've not done anything for a second. I'll go off and go and get some more sulfur. So that is going to be okay. The system is probably all right. The only question is there enough sulfur up at the top end over here to fill up to completely fill the spaceship up with all the beryllium and its byproducts? And at the moment we are a third full, so and there's 3,000 up here plus whatever's on the belt. So this is going to be a wait and see. So I need to come back and have another look at Talos later.
Train is done.
So you finished sorting out the science train, have
Yep.
you? Okay, I won't go over and look at that then. Okay, so I've had a look at Talos and Agnea. Kothar, oh yes, Kothar was also having issues, so we better have a look at that one. I mean, if that's just going to be a look at it, if it has issues, then it's a case of tell Mike to sort the issues out, because that planet is his problem. But
in fairness, what happened to it previously was basically ran out of inputs. And you sit and go, yeah, that's not good, but at the same time, there's only so much as can be done.
Well, you can ask for more inputs, I suppose, and or set up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
So now, yeah, it has ground to a halt. Is it problematic
But
that it's
is-
ground to a halt? Is there a
I was gonna
space?
say,
There is a
that's,
space. Yes, there is a spaceship waiting to trying to fill up. That's only half full. So, yeah. Oh, actually, there is a quantity of. Oh, there is 400 vulcanite up here, so that won't go very far. Yeah,
unless it stopped.
I wonder
it
if-
stopped because
Lack of vulcanite.
No.
No?
Dirty iridium water's backed up. Why is that
Oh.
backed up? Why is that backed up? That should not happen. Dirty iridium water, because the cation beads aren't getting to it.
Because
which
there's
is
no
happening.
vulcanite.
Yep, no vulcanite cubes.
Yeah. There's 400 of it in orbit, and there's 13,000 in the train. But that's
So
less
hang on.
than-
So
that's
the
less
the
than
train
half the
should be pulling. It needs to be vulcanite cubed. Yeah, it's 400. Ugh. So in that case, I'm going to manually launch the ship, and in theory, it should bring back more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will bring back more. The question is, will it bring back enough? So I guess it's come back, have a look at it a bit later on to find out, because it could be that the amount of vulcanite you're requesting isn't actually enough. That might be it's possible if so that could be a change from the update. Although I don't remember that recipe being changed.
So there's
But it was
nearly
quite notable that
11K.
last week we had 3 of the spaceships all got confused for slightly different reasons.
Yeah, there's 11K in the warehouse up top, waiting
In orbit,
in orbit. Yeah,
right?
Tristan,
That sounds right. I mean that.
could you add the second train to that station, or is that an issue?
Add multiple trains on those stations is a little bit of an issue, but it can be made to work.
We need another module train.
Yes.
How many? What are we using all these modules for? I didn't realise we were getting through that many of them.
New smeltery.
Yeah, but I mean that'll put a bit of demand
Is
on
that-
the system, but
I
okay.
would have thought that'd be crazy throughput. I just thought that would be you'd empty the buffers and they'd need time to fill up again.
Then the buffers weren't big enough.
Well, that could well be the case.
Yeah,
weren't
that's
they
that's
some, like,
that's a different
maybe
problem in a
50?
way. Right.
So the heavy
Next.
girders are not getting through any
So
way fast enough.
the first thing to do there is to remove the downstream stuff, which I've done.
Okay.
Because having downstream stuff there will slow the train down.
Mhm.
And that alone is probably about as effective as adding a second train.
Okay.
That's not the right part. So I need to sort out the antimatter system. So what I'm going to do here, let's see. So it's being taken in here for those cards. It's also been taken out here to go into the station. So what I want to do is put in a tank, possibly here, in this sort of area, and then pump downwards just all the time, and pump that way, or not necessarily even. I don't even need to pump downwards necessarily. Pump that way if the tank is mostly full. So we fill this up when there's plenty of antimatter. But if there is a shortage of antimatter, it will be sent down here first. At the moment, we have plenty of antimatter cans down there, so that is working quite nicely. I mean, I could probably fix. In fact, this has fixed it. In fact, I take that back. I'm not convinced I need to do that because we've filled up all the system over here is completely full with as much antimatter as it's going to take in. So that means whenever antimatter gets used, it's just going to be it's going to fill up from wherever. The only other question is whether we want to have a buffer available for this one. I don't think we care. I think that's probably all right.
I've replaced all my arms with jetpacks.
Are you now a speedy boy?
I am now a very speedy boy.
Okay.
It's actually quite silly how fast I am.
No comment.
How many jetpacks do you have?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Cloud storage area particle
11.
stream. Oh yes.
Oh, that's not fast. I have 31. That was how I was shooting past Marc and.
I'm going to take an educated guess that you can't use the power of all 31 of those concurrently.
You want to race then?
Not especially.
You're right, Tonheim. It's full because to turn this back off again. It's full because the antimatter isn't currently being used. However, there are now because this means we've filled up the buffer in here for the train system. The only reason it's going to be used, the only reason that we might have to then make more is because either the train goes somewhere and takes the antimatter off, or because this starts using it. So either way, it's going to be happening because we're trying to use it somewhere. And if so, we need to be making it fast enough to keep up with that rate of usage. That said, I do see the point in having an additional buffer on this system to make sure that we only send it over to here when there's an excess. So we essentially we end up prioritizing this one down here. So yeah, that might be worth doing. Right,
Whose area was this?
I think I might head up there and have a look.
5 nests here.
That was... I think that was yours.
I was going to say I didn't think we had assigned areas as much as we were just sort of all wandering around clearing stuff out.
Oh, in that case it was Laurence's because he can't defend himself.
Also, I have no idea. That is just a place on the planet. I have no idea. I don't even know if I was there at all.
I came in and joined in.
Exactly. Right, so potentially down here, I could pull up some of this and this. And how am I going to fit? How is this even going to fit? What I want to do is I want to put in one of these here, but it's not going to fit like that. I could potentially put it here and then wiggle the pipes a little bit. That might be the best way to do it. I think the antimatter cans could potentially also be used for emergency spaceship refueling, but basically no, they are just for making arcosphere collectors. Why not place the tank near the station? Because Mike threatened to cry if I did that. Because then we can't pump down to the down here. So he was worried about pressure.
So yeah, that was the original problem. If you look at the junction from where the station pulls off the main line, I'm lagging slightly on the stream, but yes,
I've removed a piece of pipe because I was thinking about building things around here.
Anyways, but yeah, around that bit, which admittedly stream is lagging a little bit, that's where you want the control point to be. Because then
you can have a pump pushing downwards as well as yeah.
Fluids work off a percentage-based system, which means that a fluid tank with even a small one with what's that 100? Well, the tiny one is 25k capacity. If you put 5k in there, that's only 20%, which for a regular pipe capacity 100 is only 20. So you've got really low pressure. It's hard to draw stuff out of that, which really throttles your system throughput. It's
not as bad as you suggest. I don't think the problem was going... I mean, depending on exactly how it's built. I forgot. Oh, I left my chest of shame behind. It is now a chest of shame. Depending on exactly how you put the system together, I think the way I was speccing it before, I think it might have been a bit of a problem. The way I'm going to do it now, not so much. I think you're. I think you're worrying about it more than necessary.
Maybe, but that was one of the original things I did to speed up antimatter production quite significantly, was to remove a pressure bottleneck.
Where? Okay. I think to an extent...
That's what's going wrong, right.
What is it like?
So I've just debugged a problem with my inserter setup. I was trying to work out why the arcospheres kept having stray things released. And it's because the clock, which says to release one at a time, was accidentally wired into basically all the others. So they just randomly released one for no apparent reason.
Right.
And I was really confused as to why, because that should theoretically never happen. And I saw it actually happen. I was going, well, where's that signal come from for just one of the two? Traced the actual wire itself and went, there it is. So
this is annoying because of the shape of the tank.
So
that's that. I mean, that's basically fine. I think I might put in a pump over this way and only pump when this tank is full. But the hardest part of this is going to be getting up. You know what? Forget it. I'm going to use a deep space underground belt because that's why we made them, to make the spaghetti a little bit easier in orbit. So we'll do that, because then I can remove that as well, and then just bring this out this way. And then I should do this from the navsat because it's probably going to work more reliably. Is that 7? No, not even slightly. It's 5. Right, there we go. Now I can come back down here again. I can fix this and put all those memory data cards in down here. There we go. No, not at the moment, Scale. We're getting no, just an naquium. However, if we start to run out of copper, which hasn't happened yet, but if we do, there is a planet just in. There's a planet in, I think it's the Capella system that is a copper primary. So one of these. So we could go out to, not you. Yes, this one. We come out to Regis out here and start getting our copper from there if we had to. We haven't had to yet, but that is my that's my emergency. Oh no, we've run out of copper plan. Right, and now wiring. So that and no, we always want that one to run. We want this. We only want this one to run when there is more than 20,000. That's a fluid, please. So only when there's more than 20,000. Nope, there's no copper. There's no copper primary in Kalida. So I think you are always guaranteed, and I'm not sure how guaranteed the guarantee is, but I think you are always going. I believe you will always be missing one type of resource as a primary in Kalida's system. So. And in our case, it is copper that we're missing. So, which I'm quite glad of, because that's one we haven't seemed to have had any problems with. Which also feels rather bizarre, because I'm used to in Factorio copper being the thing that you are always that you get through the most of. At least once you get onto the stage where you're building lots and lots of modules and electronicsy stuff. But somehow we've been ripping through loads and loads of absolutely everything, but not so much the copper. And I'm honestly quite surprised by that. So if I search for ore, that's a core fragment. That's let's look over the last 10 hours. So we can look at those two, and those two being the main one. Actually, looking at that, we're getting through about the same amount of iron and copper ore. In fact, slightly more copper, but somehow we seem to be okay with that. So despite us having Oliran providing us with an unlimited amount of iron, we seem to, and us using the same amount of both, we seem to be okay, which is a bit surprising. I am surprised. Let's add stone to the list as well. We're using a lot more stone than anything else, but yeah, the copper is definitely definitely way ahead of the iron. I'm surprised the system is working. Then, in that case, I'm surprised we haven't run into issues here. If you start to, you could use matter for making copper, I suppose. Personally, I don't really want to, because it doesn't look like a very nice recipe. It's going to use up a lot of stuff that I care about, and it seems fairly expensive. I think it would be easier to just to go off with the other copper primary, and we have all the Stardust ships. And so going out to other solar systems is a solved problem at this point. It wouldn't be difficult to set up another ship like the Stardust ones that just goes out to the copper primary and then works in exactly the same way as the ones that go out to all of the other planets in this system do. So I think that's what we would do at this point if and when we start to run low on copper. I don't think we have run low on copper yet. And as I say, that quite surprises me. We obviously just have a lot of copper. We've obviously opened up more copper mines than we have iron mines, and so it's just managed to hang on. Remove cloud storage area particle stream. Yeah, I do still kind of want to do that. It's going to be a bit messy though. There's going to be a lot of stuff there. Because we've got the machines along the middle. They're easy. I can just pull them out and the bots will do it. But then we've got these belts along here that have a huge amount of sand and the material testing packs on them. I'm tempted to just be a little bit lazy and just leave it here. I don't know. There's also another emergency supply of particle stream if we need it that shouldn't ever get used.
Yeah, it's bonus stuff that can kick in if needed.
Oh, particle stream train. Actually, a train has just turned up there to pick some particle stream up. Why is that? Why did you come here? Is there a particle stream? Where is particle stream drop? That's my question. Stations. Bloody hell, that's a lot of stations. No, those aren't stations. There's even more stations than there are trains. That's a bizarre situation to be in. Particle stream drops. There are 4 particle stream drops. One is here, which is... Oh, right. Okay, so it's being... it's being supplied to material science, but from that area, using the expensive recipe. So that's not ideal. Where else is it going? Particle stream drop. This one. Where are you? Okay, and it's also being supplied to here. This is Astro. This is going to be closer to Astro as well. So we could put it there, but the problem is that the trains are going to. There's at least two of our stations are going to be taking it from there when we don't want them to. We want them to take it from the cheaper production place. So yeah, we'd have to do some sort of prioritization system. Can we be bothered?
Just disable the station, and we've got it there to manually put in.
Yeah,
if necessary.
Actually, what we could do, because we're not actually requesting all that much, we're not getting. I don't think we're getting through the particle stream particularly quickly, so the train is idle most of the time. We could have it go to the primary particle stream pickup if there's anything available there, and have that station disable if there isn't. Then go to the secondary particle stream pickup, and if it gets there already full, then it won't be able to pick anything up. It's kind of gross, but it would work.
Yeah, the downside is it means it will always go over to the secondary one.
Yes,
but it'll work.
We need the systems that they're talking about in the Friday Factorio facts recently, where you get extra options. So, first thing to do is rename this station and call it Particle Stream Pickup Low Prio. And then you are to go to particle stream low prio only once, and that goes in there, and we wait until full cargo and 2 seconds of inactivity apparently. I mean, that'll work just as well. So we do that. So that means the train that means the train will always then come here. But if we go over to here, yes, because we're making it here, and then we're shipping it up to the station here. So we need to have this station, yeah, and this station is already setting train limit. So that means the train just won't go there. We'll wait. So we need to do an enable. We need to rewire this and say enable disable based on the amount in there. So it's going to be, we'll say, what do we set on here? We're set on 100,000. Okay, let's just do that.
Tristan, do we still need the rocket buffer trains?
No. Those
Okay.
we don't. You can,
I
steal
can
those and
them,
use
yeah.
them.
Okay.
They're full of
1, 2,
ingots,
3.
so
Yeah, so
slightly awkward to take to do stuff.
No, I'm reorganizing the iron trains, so I was just stumbling around over them.
Right, there we go. Because if yeah, that would work actually, Doopy. Yeah, you're quite right. That makes a lot of sense. All right, let's simplify.
Ooh, we had the train mess up, and there is a signal missing here.
When L is greater than 0. Yep, that'll work much better, and there's no point having the train limit as well. Okay, there we go. So now, now the train will always come here as long as there's some particle stream. If we happen to rip through all this particle stream faster than we can generate it, then it'll go off to the secondary one as an emergency. But in theory, it should come here, and yeah, we're generating it down here gradually. As you can see, all the tanks are basically full. We've got quite a lot of it. We're pumping it through slowly because there's a bit of it being used in here to make the matter sciences. But basically, we're now that's tidied up nicely. Okay, is sciencing nicely? Yes, train is parked there. I'll come in here and no, not you. Yes, you. Okay, Tristan's redone that. Excellent. So we'll empty those out and yada. I assume. Oh yeah, there's inserters are moving there, so science is happening. Good. Right, what's next on my list? The to-do list is quite long this week. But we'll see how we get on. So, remove cloud storage area particle. Not actually going to do that. Deep space science thermofluid still needs to be faster. Okay, well that's not going to be doing anything. Actually, what are we doing using tech wise at the moment? Okay, so we're using deep space science 1. Does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean we're actually doing stuff over here? No, we are absolutely full on the catalogs, but never mind. We'll get to the point of asking for some more sooner or later. So I worked out that that this system up here was still not fast enough. Although it is now caught up, but that's probably because nothing's actually running. So I think I still want to make this bigger. So let's put down some more flooring over here like this. You don't have power, which is a little bit unfortunate. Let's put another one of these in. How far do you reach? Okay, way past there. Put you in there, I guess. And we can always shift that as necessary, if necessary, later. Which I think it might be, because that's in a slightly funny place. Move it down one so it's at least in line with the other one we've got there. Okay. Yeah, and you'll wake everything up there. So once that's placed, I can then copy a big chunk. I can copy lots of this across, have more and more and more of it going out that way. That's going to be great. We'll get a lot more coolant through, and that should be absolutely fine. I think there were other coolant-related problems as well. I think science was short of coolant as well. Yeah, Science Park needs more, and so does Advanced Science. Tristan, have you done Advanced Science? Okay, cool. Yeah. I shall go over and rip up all the cooling in. Are you Science? Yes, this is Science Park. So Science is going to grind to a halt for a moment because I'm going to upgrade it to Marc's system instead of this old system. How am I going to get this to run nicely? Let's do that first. And pull all the thermofluid out of here and back into the tanks over this side. Just run when not equal to that'll work. There we go. So we can pull all that out. It'll go into these tanks over here for temporary storage. And then we can, once we've pulled as much of the thermofluid out of the system as we can then adapt it, and then we can then switch over to completing actual sentences. Once we've pulled all the thermofluid out from here, I can rip all of this out and then replace it with the new system, which is much better and doesn't have all the throughput problems this does. However, in the meantime, the new system is quite a lot bigger, so I shall add a lot wider rather. So I shall add a lot more flooring in around here, and that's all covered, so we can get all of that placed. Okay, well, I'm not going to sit around and watch that go, but don't let me forget I'm working on that, please. Tristan's done the more thermofluid for Advanced Science. Should we be worried about low rocket fuel, or is that an on-demand resource? We're seeing low rocket fuel on the alertometron down at the bottom. And also low vital reagent. That's something else I've commented on. Low plates. What sort of plates? Low hematite crystals, we know about that. Low iron, that's because Marc's working on it. Low holmium and low iridium, that's because we had spaceship problems last time. So those will hopefully sort themselves out gradually. But yes, rocket fuel, where does that come from and why are we apparently short of it?
It used to come from here, just deconstructing that because the tanks were all empty.
Okay, so it's specifically liquid rocket fuel, is it? Is this because...
I don't know. You said rocket fuel, so I...
It just says rocket fuel on the alert.
Have a look at the graphs then.
Yes, it's liquid rocket fuel. So that might be because it's not linked into the new SMOIL area. Hasn't got it linked in.
The new, I don't see it being made.
It's not making liquid rocket fuel. Interesting.
Oh no!
Oh no, missed one.
Yeah.
That could be tricky.
We don't use a huge amount of it, but we do use some.
Okay. Let's shift everything up.
I have
miles.
returned. What have we missed?
Rocket fuel. Liquid rocket fuel.
Oh no, Mark. All my accumulators are switched off. Why is this? The Cladrian.
Did you not check the temperature before you went out? We apparently do use liquid rocket fuel because it's all been taken out of the tanks over here that Tristan just demolished. So it's gone somewhere. I've no idea what we use liquid rocket fuel for.
So the personal ships use it for taking off from planets if they get landed on planets.
Yeah, but we didn't use that functionality.
So every time they take off from space, they will use some.
Oh, true.
Oh, yeah, true.
There may be more of it used.
Could someone have a look at this? Because I'm really confused. It's flown to Fenestra, then to a thing. And then back
you've run
again.
out of heat.
You're out of temperature.
Yeah.
You're out of heat.
Yeah,
You're
but
out of heat.
how?
Because it's been flying around too much and hasn't reheated because we've stolen the beam thing for glaving. So I suggest at least it's in a place now, so you can point the beam at it. If you'd done that in deep space, you'd have been in real trouble. But yeah, you'll just have to point the energy beam at it, give it a little while to heat up, and it'll have to be quite a long time because you're going to get 0.3% effectiveness, and you probably want to let that heat up to about 6,000 degrees C before you send it on its way, so it's got enough heat to get back.
Thank you. That's irritating.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the experimentation was done with pointing the beam at Fenestra last time, so it never recharged when it finished its round trip.
Yeah, normally they last for absolutely ages, though. Oh, I guess it's a really, really powerful ship, and it's got. Oh, did it end up with the laser turrets?
Laser things.
Laser.
It's got laser artillery.
It's the laser artillery. That's probably why then. Yeah, and as you say, they're not recharging when it got back again.
Yeah,
Remove the laser artillery.
I did ask if I needed to keep them, but okay.
Yeah, we'll have said it'll be more power hungry if you don't.
I mean, the exact statement was no, it's fine. Okay, no worries. All right.
So, yeah, back to more important things. The liquid rocket. Are you trapped
Yeah, the
on the
entire
ship?
design needs. No. I'm in orbit. It turns out I haven't been able to launch any Argosphere collectors because I'm one component short in terms of being able to place the blasted silo. I can place the silo. I've got. Oh, blast! I've left that behind. I'm going back to the same place. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I was one component short.
Fail.
No.
Alright, low rocket fuel. More energy. Oh yes, Tristan needs more energy control units for advanced science. That's a Tristan problem. We are short. Yeah, we seem to be relatively short of a couple of the Vita products, just generally most of the time.
That's a Taras problem. Crystals.
The crystals will. Yeah, those aren't Vita products.
No. Once I'm so basically, before I redesigned, before we updated the mods, I used mines and cores, and currently we're only using the cores.
Oh, okay. So is there
that's on my list after the smeltery?
So okay, so there's a known throughput problem then. It's the big grid isn't running fast enough. Okay, all right, that's fine. As long as basically a lot of these things, as long as they're sort of known about and are on someone's to-do list, then that's fine. Vita products, remove particle stream. Why have I got remove particle stream generation from cloud storage twice? Tidy up deep space science particle area. That's probably a good idea. Set up balancing on pumps for acid tanks and stardust. That's not a bad idea. Let's do the easy one of those first. So over here we have this area that is kind of unnecessary now. So yeah, let's start off by just removing all of the belts and pipes and things. But not the what do you call it? Roboports, because they're useful. And in fact, for that similar reason, I'll leave that in as well. So we'll get rid of all of that. Then once that's done, we can get rid of all of... Can I get rid of all of... Yes, I can get rid of all of this. In theory. Let's try it again. Get rid of all of this. Because there's no point in having all of this flooring out here. We might as well get rid of that again. Tidy it up. And we can always bring it out again later if we do end up needing more flooring out here. But for now, I'm just going to be a little bit tidy and get rid of some of that. I've not been able to mark the areas underneath the belts for deconstruction with that deconstruction planner. Right, so the next thing I was talking about... yes, regularly, you're quite right. On the on the to-do list, somewhere down near the bottom was point the energy beam back at the combat ship, so that what just happened to Mike doesn't end up happening to Mike. I got a bit distracted by all the combat we were doing.
All Laurence's fault. All Laurence's fault.
I don't know. A lot of the things on the to-do list are things I have noticed during making the videos. So no, it's okay. This isn't going to fill up the warehouses of shame because this should all be. Oh, no, it's all been put in there. But yeah, any of the flooring gets put into this specific warehouse, so it's a lot less shameful. It's sort of that happens with a little bit more intent. So we've got this warehouse. We've got this specific warehouse down at the bottom that takes the flooring, the space scaffolding. And if whoever set this up, which was probably Tristan, has done it properly, he's not done it properly. There should be a minus 10 million space scaffolding on here, so it doesn't get passed on. That one. Minus 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The other chests tend to be completely full, so it tends not to matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the amount that's just been given the building you've just been doing, that's taken it all out anyway. So even if there had been any in those chests, it would have been taken away. So that's fine. Ooh, we have a nice healthy stream of scrap coming down the disposal system at the moment. It's not full, but this is the first time I've seen it busy since we upgraded it to deep space belts. So that's quite nice. Oh, scaffold. Yes, thank you. Let's go back and finish off some of the projects I was projecting. So I need to copy all of this. I'm just going to double it because that's easy. Actually, no, let's not double it. Actually, hang on. No, if I do to there, yeah, that'll be fine. I'll just need to remove that one piece of ducting. So all of that comes to here, except for you. That links through there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Then up here, we can do the same sort of thing again. Copy all of this up to and including there. Is that right? Is that going to be good? I think it is. And I can squirt this on the end over here like that. Yes, and there's a broken pipe, a couple of broken pipes at the bottom that I need to sort out, but otherwise... Oh, and I haven't put down quite enough scaffolding. So I do that, get rid of those two bits. And then over here, I need to put in a little bit more of this because that wasn't quite enough. Never quite enough, is it? So we've done that. Now let's go over and... God, look at all those bots. That is... Granted, that is entirely my fault, but because I did the deconstruction down here. They're coming an awfully long way. They were all in Roboports up here from because the last big construction project that happened was Marc extending the solar upwards. So they're all the bots were parked up here because bots don't come back to where they came from. Also help me. Right, so what's going on over here? Have we emptied all of these? No, some of these are still running, I think. Yeah, these are still running. What are they running on? Because I've taken away all of... No, what? Why are the lights on if they're not doing anything? Oh, it's an animation, so the lights go on and off and on and off, and that's just the point they happen to have got frozen at. Okay, that's fine. We are still emptying the rest of the system out there, so let's do that. Now I can do a demolition of all of this. Let's try not to get the Roboports if there are any. There's one. Let's not get the power... Let's not get the big pylons as well then. So start again, a little bit lower down. Go across here. Take out all of this. Boom. I do often use the bots. I object to using to excess use of logistics bots except for I like logistics bots for bringing out stuff for a player. I don't like logistics bots for bringing out things that are used in large quantities around the. I've stood on a belt. Never mind. Used in large quantities around the base. That's not big enough. I was insufficient ambition. Yeah, I object to bots being used to supply construction systems. I use construction bots all over the place as much as I reasonably can. Right, so up here we have many pumps. So let's try and work out what's what here out of those pumps. They're both in. Of course they're both in. And the bottom one is the one from the train system, so that's good. So yeah, I can put that there. Those pumps can essentially replace those pumps, like this. So let's just get started on building it, give the bots an enormous to-do list, and then I can come back and drop it in again over here once they place this part of it. So yeah, science is going to be stopped for a little while because the bots are busy.
I was going to say, the science appears to be broken for producing arcosphere things. Traced it through, I was like, oh, there's no supercooled thermofluid. I found out why.
Yeah, it's because there wasn't enough supercooled thermofluid. So you know, I've just made it. I've made it worse as the first step of making it better.
All right. Have fun.
Yes. It's not usually me who creates yeah, true. I don't tend to create massive bot frenzies on this scale all that often. That much is certainly true. Yeah, I tend to. I mean, every so often I'll put down a big chunk of flooring and then go. But then, yes, most of my projects tend to be relatively small, like this sort of scale, where there's quite a lot of thinking going on and not enormous areas of building. The real bot frenzies tend to be the stuff where you just put down acres and acres and acres of exactly the same thing. And yeah, those do tend to be a little bit bigger. And yes, you're quite right. I don't tend to be doing that sort myself so much. Have we got? No, we haven't got the flooring in over there yet. Don't worry, Mike. It's all in hand, really. It'll be all sorted out eventually. Hey, there are lots of meanings of eventually. Eventually can mean quite a long time, and it may do. No, well, yeah. It's now all done except for the bot frenzy, basically. So once there's a lot of botting going on, but eventually, once all the bots calm down, I mean, in hindsight, I shouldn't have done this area down here, taking out the old particle stream system. I should have waited to do that until I'd got this bit done. But I didn't plan. I didn't think I was doing this. But the bots will sort all this out sooner or later.
I mean, I mean, in fairness, at the same time, I'm also adding in a toggle basically for the deep space science. So you set a combinator to turn it on or off. That way I can have that thing constantly bleeding out. The clock permanently putting out that takeover of things onto the belt.
Are you going to then eventually set that to only run when we need deep space science packs? But isn't that going to be basically all the time? Well, it's either going to be all the time or it'll have we either need them or we'll have made enough and it'll have backed up. So
yeah, the simple reality is it's more of a short-term thing. Given the nature of arcospheres, you need a lot more control. Most Factorio stuff, you just sort of set it up so that it will work in an automated manner until it backs up and you don't care. But in this case, I don't want to always necessarily be diverting a whole bunch of arcospheres, potentially a quarter of all the arcospheres you got into DSS3 production.
Yes and no. Yeah, I feel like we are going to. I mean, in the short term, perhaps until while we're still a bit short of arcospheres. Yeah, I think there's some truth in that. But in the long term, I think we're definitely just going to want arcospheres to always be running, so we always have. So sorry, we're going to want Deep Space Science 3 to always be running, so we always have plenty of that. Because we're just going to need it for doing science, and we're going to be in one of two positions. We're either going to have enough of it, in which case it doesn't matter because the system will have gone to sleep anyway, or we don't have enough of it because we're using it, in which case we need to be making more of it. So I think there's going to be very little in between.
In the long run, I agree. In the same way that in the short run, you're saying it's okay that the bots are tearing out this down here to replace it. It's the same thing, which is that in the short term, you want a little bit of control for the cost of a single constant combinator.
Yeah, it's not the cost of the combinator that I'm thinking of. It's the it's more the sort of the thinking cost of remembering to turn it on and off at the appropriate times. And I can just see us accidentally leaving it turned off, and it then not working. I was going, why haven't we got any D Space Science 3? But it'll probably be all right.
Nah.
We'll get it going, and then it'll be fine-ish.
It'll be fine.
I do note the game, despite the bot frenzy, the game doesn't seem to be lagging too much, which is quite good. We're still. Oh no, we've dropped down to 37 UPS. All right, we are down a little bit, but not. It's not doing too badly. But yeah, the whole science park area. It's been
at 60.
Yeah, that's because you're. Hang on, that's a good point. Why are you? I must.
We're at about 40. Yours is about accurate.
Yeah, but I'm surprised because normally you're either practically being dropped from the game, or it displays 60 because your computer. If your computer is faster than the server, it keeps up and therefore it just displays 60. If you're slower than the server, you get dropped from the game.
Well, so for FPS, yeah, sure, but for UPS, I still expect that to show basically server rate because usually mine sort of hovers around the 50 mark. No.
No.
All right, fair enough.
Hmm.
I suppose the obvious thing to do is to look at the clock, which is 4 elephants, 5. Yeah, about.
So
yeah,
are you seeing 60 for both FPS and UPS?
We're at 57, 58 right now, but yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I've
I
thought as
thought UPS always had to be static, but if your computer was faster than the server, then you'd get 60 FPS, even though you get lower UPS. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
Looking
I'm
at
wrong.
the stream, yours is between 39.5 to just saw it down to 37. Ooh. But yeah, yours is very minimalistic on the UPS variation, but the FPS, that's quite a lot of variation suddenly. Oh, it might be that because you're looking at something which has got a lot of activity on it, it's thinking harder. But that would be FPS, not UPS. One would expect.
Don't know. 'Tis a mystery.
Yeah.
Hello, Screeve. Welcome. You join me while I'm having a bot frenzy of ripping up things and upgrading thermofluid areas because it turns out we are not chill. We are insufficiently chill. So, oh yes, over here, this one's just being doubled. So this one hasn't been too much of a problem because I'd already, I think last week, or did Marc do this one? Somebody upgraded this one to Marc's new system anyway. I think it might have been me actually. I can't remember. Memory is not my forte. But it wasn't fast enough, so I've just doubled this one, which is easy to just tack more onto the end of it. Unfortunately, the science park also not producing it quickly enough. So this one I've just had to rip the whole lot out, and well, some of it still hasn't been ripped out because we've not got the power. Diddly what? Oh right, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that like this as a. There we go. If I put that there, then we'll get power over to here. We can pull that up, then we can start building over here. What was I saying? Yeah, over here I had to pull out the old thermofluid system in order to put in the new one. So, yes, there will be a significantly more chill quite soon. If the bots could, just finish placing all this scaffolding, that'd be nice. But they're taking their time over it a little bit. But to be fair, there is a lot of stuff being demanded at the moment. And that said, we're only using a quarter of our construction bots. Why are the rest of them all being lazy? Maybe, I don't know. Oh, I do need to get rid of some extra little bits down here as well. Like that. These bits had belts over them when I did the original deconstruction planner, so they didn't get pulled up. Right, that'll do. So, oh yeah, the next thing I was going to do was I was going to have a quick look at Stardust. Because over here, we have this system where the acid is brought in, the sulfur's brought in, it's turned into acid, it goes into the tank here to get put in the trains, yada, yada, yada. It is also being pumped up here to go into this tank. So this tank is mostly full. This tank is not so full. So I kind of want to tell this pump to only pump when there's more in this tank than there is in that tank. However, I think I also sort of don't really care, and I also don't have the bits to do it remotely. So I think I'll just leave it. And as more ships as we start to use some naquium, we'll start actually making more naquium, and the spaceships will start to fly again, which means we'll start to get more sulfur out there, so things will start to carry on, start to actually work. Oh, okay. Thanks, Doopy. Interesting. It's definitely a very, very sudden thing because multiple. The audio desync is definitely a very sudden and specific thing because multiple people, whenever it happens, multiple people commenting on it at the same time. So it's clearly not something. I guess that means it's not something that drifts. It's just suddenly it just goes, oh, I don't know, and decides to put the audio a little bit further back. So who knows? Right. So I sort of want to keep an eye on the rate we're using the naquium, or the naquiums being everything that. So right, okay, that's been placed now, which means this now works, which means we've got some more bots doing these sort of things. So is this now built? Mostly. We've got a little bit missing down there, but mostly we are now intact. Do we need anything other than super chill? Yes, we've got cold being used. Why on earth is it using cold apart from just to be awkward? Cold, so that needs to be fed in or fed out. Oh, and I need to feed this back in again, so flick that round again. That can start pumping it along here. It won't go into there because we also need pipe inputs there and there. So this is cool. This is there. So presumably this is going to be words. Need to also put this in again over here like that. Oh, we still haven't got all of the scaffolding in place yet. Come on, bots. What do we pay you for? Honestly. So these tanks down here presumably are the cool. So we need to extend this a bit further down, which means I need to extend this further down, like that. Let's bring it all the way to the bottom. There we go. We can do that. Is that covered by roboports? Yes, it is. So we'll get that put in there. Then I can run these extra pipes a bit further down. We don't want those bits of pipes. We don't want those pipes. In fact, we don't want that either. Get rid of all of that and that. And then once we've got the and that piece. Then once we've got the everything set up a little bit more down here, then I can hook things up correctly and get everything piped in. And then Mike can be happy again because he'll have some visit. He'll have the coolant that he was so short of. Right, so along here, yeah, we're missing a few modules here, and we're missing a couple of random other bits and pieces of ducting around and about, but it's coming together quite nicely. We're starting to chill the thermofluid down from warm to cool. So the cool is then coming out along here.
Tesseracts, DSS4 things.
I thought there were 3.
Okay, so I've just realised
I made them 4-3, so you researched them with 2.
Yeah, so yes, there are 3 things. Okay, so I noticed that I got very lopsided in terms of I think it's bottom. Yeah, bottom was only 20% of all of the arcospheres, but I'd not turned that bit of the arcosphere processing on.
Okay.
I've not turned inversions on. On the grounds that I didn't think it was necessary until DSS4. It turns out that tesseracts take 2 tops and 2 bottoms and convert them into 2 bottoms and 1 top as an input and output. Where's the tesseracts? Hang on,
You don't need arcospheres for DSS2, do you? At all?
You do not know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, in that case, I'm surprised. Things must have changed because I'm sure I did one science pack with just folding, and then it went horribly wrong when I started trying to do the next one, and I needed to start doing inverting. So, yeah, I'm surprised by the same thing you were surprised by.
Yeah. So, yeah, the output is always 1p, which is top. Wait, no, sorry, bottom. Wait, hang on, what? A T and E or a G and an O? T and E or a G and an O? Right, okay, so yes, it leans toward that's it. It leans towards top because T and G are the T and E, that's 1 top, 1 bottom, fine, so that averages out. G and O are both top, and therefore on average it will move towards, in fact it's Markovian state solution is actually exactly right, mathematically speaking, I think.
Snowdrop ship just decided to leave having not completely emptied. It ran out of cryonite. It emptied of cryonite, but not everything else.
That does not sound like it's behaving the way we would expect it to.
There we go. But I'm actually quite chuffed with it. The fact that that my sort of mathematical identification of this exactly shows what happened. Is it balanced? It is. There we go.
Well done. I've never heard of the term, but I did manage to. Back when I was doing this, I did manage to. I did reverse engineer the thing, but Markovian chain is not something that was part of my vocabulary.
It's a rather niche branch of mathematics that you usually use to describe I'm trying to think of what the examples we usually used was market share and things like that for businesses, because that was a nice, easy way of understanding the system. So you got Coca-Cola and Pepsi, which compete. 70% of the time you stay on Coke, 30% transfer to Pepsi, but 60% of the time you go from Pepsi, you'll stay, and 40% you'll transfer to Coke. What proportion of the market share drinks Pepsi? Which proportion of the market share drinks Coke? There's a stable solution to that.
My favorite Cola War related thing is that Pepsi's slogan is Pepsi okay? Yeah, I mean there is an obvious winner in the Cola Wars, isn't there? Because nobody goes into a pub and orders a Pepsi. You go into a pub and you order a Coke, and then the barman will. You often say, "Is Pepsi okay?" Because for some reason they're a Pepsi pub.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I knew a guy who used to say.
I will usually say no if I'm asked that and have something else, like maybe a water. But
it's fair enough. I knew a guy at uni who would always ask for a Pepsi rather than a Coke. Because he didn't like drinking, and when he asked for a Coke, he kept getting rum and Coke.
Okay.
And it's like, that's not what I wanted. Well, you're in a loud club. It's all noisy.
Oh, I suppose.
It's all noisy.
And they don't understand the concept of a teetotaler. So
you're a student on a night out.
Exactly.
I mean, let's be honest.
I'm not saying it's an unfair assumption, but
yeah. So ask for a Pepsi because you don't have Pepsi and Coke, Pepsi and rum.
Why not?
I don't know.
I mean, again, rum and Coke, quote unquote, is a thing, but that's because Coke is the default cola. That I mean, if you're adding it to rum, I would expect it to matter less which one you put in there.
Yeah. So,
but I have to admit, it's not something I drink. So.
I think cinnamon is the Coca-Cola main flavor, whereas for Pepsi it's ginger, if memory serves. I might be wrong on that one, but they are actually based off different things, different spices. Which is why they taste different and why there is a preference there, because people like one of the spices more than another. There's an actual reason behind it.
I didn't think it was just marketing. I assumed it was something to do with the different recipes. But my impression has been that Coke has more of a sort of a sharper flavour, whereas Pepsi's just a bit sickly. That's my sort of gut feeling off the top of my head. Doopy says that cinnamon is Fireball, which is that's one of those things that it usually comes out as not necessarily a punishment drink as such, but sort of we're going to have something a bit weird and a bit sort of dodgy, a bit odd. But I don't actually mind it that much. I mean, obviously it's not as nice as a proper whiskey, but it's but I'd rather have cinnamon. I'd rather have Fireball than tequila, for example, as sort of shots that are supposed to make people go, oh no, do we have to? Or we're going to do something silly. Goes. I'd much rather have Fireball than certainly tequila or apple sours or probably a number of other things that come up as dubious drinks.
Yeah, but that does then mean that flavour-wise, they will theoretically go better with different things.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I did more or less get where you were going with that. I just got distracted by the by chat essentially, which is what chat's there for. So that's doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
True, you can get better. You can get better tequilas. That's true. Vodka, I tend to see vodka as just being vodka is there to make a drink that is not alcoholic. So most of the time, I feel that the less flavour a vodka has, the better. I am aware that there are some vodkas out there that people actually say they like the flavour of, but that's not how I that's not how I expect vodka to be used, I guess, is possibly the best way to phrase it. How are we doing? So I think I've now finished the to-do list. So done that one, done the science train. Oh, let's have another look. Let's have another look at the planets because they're potentially still a bit icky. In fact, let's have a look at the supplies over here. So the Agnair ship is currently gone. We still have. Okay, we've dropped down to 233,000, or gone up to 233,000. I'm not sure which way around it is, but we have 233,000 vulcanite here. So I don't think we're going to be asking for any more of that at the moment. So that's probably fine. Talos has. We're still at 38,000, so we've not used any beryllium from the station. But have we how much have we generated? Let's have a look in orbit first. Yes and no, regular. Yeah, a high quality vodka that's intended for mixing with things, yes, should not taste of anything. But there are vodkas, I believe, out there that do have some flavour, like Blavod, for example. It's a sort of a speciality weird vodka, and it definitely has some flavour. I would agree with Mike. Yes, if I was choosing a spirit to be the best one, the nicest one, then yes, it definitely has to be a whiskey, and the whiskey has to come from Isla, and preferably would be Ardbeg. That's my personal favourite. Oh, we've stopped making stuff. Right. Okay, so it turns out my concerns were well founded. What's this belt? Oh. What?
I have done some Googling and I've remembered the name of the branch of mathematics that this is that Archisphere is based on.
Oh dear.
Markov chains.
I
knew
have
it was a
heard of
Markovian process.
I have heard of Markov chains actually. I think it was
From
something.
Mike, probably.
Probably.
No, not from no from uni. I think. Right, I'm going to send the ship back to Norvis. Now the question, because we've run out of sulfur over here, so the system is broken. Now the question is. Do I assume that it was a transitory error and a bit of a blip, and we're asking for enough sulfur, so when it goes back to Norbit and fills up with the sulfur, then we will be okay? Or do I assume that we have a sulfur problem and therefore order some more? I think probably the latter, because it broke, therefore I don't want it to do that again. So I think the answer is to come over here, find this thing. Oh, but I have to change this in about 3 different places, don't I? So that needs to be set to. Let's increase it by. Oh, the ship was only. Yeah, it's going to have to be 25,000. I don't really want to bring them. No, I don't know. Do that. And now it's probably going to trigger the ship in train somewhere. No, it's not. So over here, though, these need to also be changed to 25,000 because they're running off the same set of numbers. So unfortunately, there's various different places that this needs to be changed. There we go. So now, yeah, that's all. That's working properly again. So yes. The ship will now depart. Yeah, the train will depart when there's some sulfur available. The ship is going to go and get some sulfur. It's going to get 25,000 sulfur. I hope that's going to fit. Sulfur is sulfur. Word. Does sulfur? How high does sulfur stack? I think it's only I think it's a 50. How do I find sulfur? Okay, there's a load more sulfur flowing in now. So if we look in here, we see that, yes, it stacks up to 50. I've asked for 25,000. So 2,500 divided by 5 is 500 stacked. Yes, okay, that'll fit in the ship easily. That's fine. Maths is hard. I can't, to be honest, Holloway, I can't remember whether Markov chain. I can't remember what Markov chains are. They're just something that I have heard of, and I'm afraid that means Mike is probably going to now explain it.
You triggered the mic.
I've got it. I'm on it. It's all right, guys. Its intelligence is required.
No,
I'm subbing in
memory. Paul, if your sulfur stacks to 200, that might be because you're playing different mods to us. It might be in vanilla that sulfur stacks up to 200. I honestly, it's been so long since I've played vanilla, I can't remember anything about it. Sorry. Oh, good news, Mike. You have supercooled thermofluid again.
Excellent, thank you. I'm answering Holloway in chat.
Okay, that's probably for the best. Otherwise, yeah, it gets a little much. Okay, my guess is that Paul is playing different mods then. I mean, maybe it's if it's just space exploration and not K2. It'll be down to the mods basically. If they can change all kinds of things, and stack sizes is always a popular one. Is anything happening up here? Yes, tesseracts are being made. Yeah. Whoop whoop. So the next thing I wanted to look at was what's going on with naquium. So over here, we have a significant quantity of naquium crystals. We've obviously had an entire ship of those arrive. If you're also playing SEK2, I don't know. Either you've got some different mods to us in there as well that are playing funny business, or I really don't know, because, well, if we're looking in here, you can clearly see that we're getting 50 sulfur in a stack. So I don't know. The other possibility is that you're mistaken and misremembering, of course. All right, so how are we doing for... We've still got quite a lot of vulcanite here. We've got a warehouse and a half... Naquium. We've still got a warehouse and a half of it, so we probably won't have triggered the system at the other end. Although, let's have a look, because I'm curious. And I do want this to start running.
The energy glaive, because I don't think it's keeping up.
It's not even managing to charge the ship up. Really?
No, the glaive on Novus.
Oh, with the biters, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
although that said, it's also not keeping up with waking the ship up either. The electricity is being used as fast as it's generated. So yeah,
it's almost as if Mike hasn't removed the things we told him to remove.
Sorry, what?
He's not going to be able to because he's not got any power.
No, I can't. How do I go out there and do it without power?
The roboports are half full, so they might just about manage it.
So you go. Ooh.
You're just going to do them one at a time, just in case.
Well, yeah, because otherwise...
No, you want to do them all at once, so that they're all actually removed. So that then, when the bots come back
all
to
the bots go out,
they're not stealing all the power.
I see what you mean. Yep. Okay, let's try that. Need another deconstruction planner with artillery turrets.
I think I've done it. You're being too slow. Right, so what's using the power? That's the question. What's generating the power is the other question. Nothing is the answer. Oh, no, we have a little bit of power.
Because it's getting power in from a beam thing at 0.34%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that wasn't... Yeah, no. The question wasn't why isn't it generating very much power? The question is what is currently using the power, and are there any other problem things? Which there currently are. Your laser turrets... your shields are using 4.9 megawatts. So what I suggest...
I don't know how to turn just the shields off.
You used to be able to rotate them, but I think I tried that recently and that didn't work. As in, rotate would turn them on and off.
We just need to send more power at it.
What you need to do is turn off the power being taken, the heat being taken out of the... There we go. That's what we needed to do. Did you see what I did?
Yeah.
Right, because that's going to stop taking the heat out of the energy beam receiver. So now the energy beam receiver will gradually heat up. It's going to be a slow process, but once it gets to, maybe I'm going to say 7,000 degrees instead of my previous guess of 6,000, then it should be able to fly back again.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is now creeping upwards gradually. Right. Okay. Good. I'm glad I came up with a solution. You can put those. No, don't put those laser cannons back. Leave them where they are. Leave them disassembled because you don't need them.
Yeah.
Oops. Right. Where was I? Oh yes, the thinking about naquium and yeah. So over here, how are we getting on? Are you all? No, we're still a load of radiator short. I guess I must have not pulled up enough for that to be enough to replace them. We're just. Where are we making them? It's somewhere along here. Mark 1, Mark 2 is here we go. So you're, I mean, there's one in there. Okay, so it is just as we're making them. So we're waiting for the normal thermal radiator, which is waiting for these cables to be made, and it takes 200 of them. Oh, for goodness sake. I could speed module that, but also I think I don't care. We're going to be down here is going to be in a better position than it was in before. Over here, probably in a better position than it was in before. It seems to be keeping up anyway, so that's what actually matters. We've got the pipes down here are full. Yeah, I think this is solved. I've probably built this to be bigger than it needed to be because Marc's design was had sufficiently more throughput than the old design we had in here before. That even actually no, I did. Did I expand it? I think I did. Anyway, yeah, it's sufficient now, so everything should be working quite nicely. We should once again be doing science. Are we doing science? I can't tell. No, we're not doing science. Why are you not doing science? Have we run out of something? Yes, we've run out of Deep Space Science 1s. What? Why have we run out of Deep Space Science 1?
I assumed it was lack of thermofluid, and so didn't look any further.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption. It's wrong. It turns out it's wrong, but what? Mike, have you stolen all the naquium?
No.
Oh, I think that was probably a partly finished
What the hell?
upgrade because it was broken, so I started fixing it, and then the stream ended, I think.
Bad Mike. Or
Not me,
possibly
mate.
Tristan. Bad somebody stealing
No.
the...
That
Oh, I see.
it needs to go into that underground.
Right, yeah, I suppose it kind of does.
I can't remember what the problem was.
The
before.
normal way to do that would have been to bring it out of the top and just pass it over to have another loader on the top and bring it over to the left.
Yeah, but Mike already had the underground stuff set up, so I just continued using that.
Right, okay.
Do that to
I'm
make.
trying to remember where that underground was. Did I genuinely just use side loading of quarter loading of an
No,
underground?
I switched it to the side loading of the underground.
Okay.
You had an extra splitter in here doing weird stuff that was starving the
okay.
Deep Space Science 1 of plates.
No worries.
Yeah, so Tristan is clearly Mike. Somebody's flicking this back and forth so that it's providing a bit so we can make the science packs a little bit, but then also feeding some of them through to the Tesseract, and at least until this arrives. And now that's done. Now that can be left to run like that permanently. All right, so now
the things I
hopefully have
needed the Tesseracts for are built, so you could switch it back to the other priority.
No
And
worries.
this
I
is
mean, in fairness,
keeping up.
looking at what we need, just need the warping data for DSS3. That's the one that's for some reason struggled. So I'm just going to do that, and then
It's
that.
oh no, it's the first one on the queue.
It's that one.
That's weird.
No, that's the last one. The bottom build's going right to left, not left to right.
No, the one that you're short of is the first one in the queue.
Is it? Have I
You've turned on the wrong one.
Yeah, you turned on the one that we've got most
Not
of.
sure, but the glaive might kill the last biter
Oh.
in a few seconds.
Oh. It's just chasing it. Poor thing. Splat.
No.
Nope, there's a
Oh, yeah.
worm.
Nah. Oh, there it jumps. Okay.
It's so
At least
slow to kill those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a behemoth, isn't it?
But at least it's
least
jumpy now, so
at least it
it's,
finds them for us as well.
Yeah. This is only a 5 gigawatt.
Flambe.
One, 65%.
That's interesting. Its health is dropping in a very, very bursty way. It drops slowly, then it drops quickly, and then it drops slowly, and then it drops quickly. That's very strange.
Or it presumably does pulses of damage.
Yeah, but it's between.
It
But
just-
it's
but
not that
it's
it
also
drops
on
and then
fire.
stops and drops and stops. It's that it goes
It's on
slowly.
fire.
Then it goes. So you think it's taking fire damage, and then it's taking beam damage, and then it's taking fire. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Well, I have
You're
good
right.
news. The Caladrian has gone from 5,000 degrees temperature to 5,008 degrees temperature.
Oh no!
Nope, it's moving to another one.
oh no. Okay.
It's maybe
no,
some
jumped.
I'm going to
Tristan
kidnap
jumped it.
Ooh.
What are you going to do with the deep space exploration when you get out there? In order to help the Caladrian recover.
I wasn't What?
Yeah,
Oh, you're just
blade.
borrowing it
No,
while
beam.
Caladrian, while we leave it to recharge very, very slowly over the next 2 weeks.
He means
I'm-
beam.
Beam.
Oh, the
I'm
beam.
going to
Okay.
kidnap a beam. I haven't decided which one yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, the knack ship one isn't firing at anything, so that'll double the power throughput.
Yep. So let's Finestra, and what's Silly doing at the moment? That appears to actually be doing something,
definitely,
which is
definitely borrow. Yes, borrow Silly. Silly is a good one to borrow. Also, deep space exploration, and also, but yeah, don't take the naquium ship one because that's an automated ship, and so
too late.
put it back then.
He means Stardust, I assume.
Yeah, he does mean Stardust.
Or do you mean knack ship? Or
I took that one.
Yeah, that's the one not to take, I think. Silly, Explorer, and oh, hang on. Yeah, Stardust is heating Stardust. No, I meant take the ones for the ships that are used manually, which is Silly and Explorer and Combat. Leave the ones that are for leave the ones for the automated ships, the knack ships, because
Silly, Explorer, and Combat.
because if and when we start
some more
reusing,
nests.
if when we start using naquium again, if a ship turns up there, in theory we could have a problem of a stranded ship, and we don't want that.
Yeah. Okay, so
The problem is because you've re-aimed it, I don't know how you're going to aim it back in the correct place without there being a ship there.
well, we have a precedent set here for what happens when one person breaks the system. It's fine. It's fine. Genuinely though, so it's the naquium thing.
Yeah, then it needs,
where does that land?
It's about here, but I'm not sure exactly where it is because there isn't a ship there at the moment.
it only has to be within the bounds of
True. Tell you what, I'll find one of those ships and I'll paste.
What is the? Yeah, is there one on the way?
No, because we're not using any naquium at the moment.
You could
But we
paste
are
on the blueprint.
Yeah, that was what I was saying.
the
I'll copy and paste one of them into
and
place. Yes.
Reverse or
So
something.
tell you,
I don't know.
I'll do that. I'll drop the blueprint in. Tell me when you're ready. I'll drop a blueprint in. You can then place it, and then I can remove and then I can Control Z and get rid of it again.
Okay, ready.
Stardust is here. Oh, I'm not going to be able to because it's a two-parter. Because we just get.
Hang on, just hold it still on stream for a sec.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you aim sort of in that bottom left area of the
Still. Oh, actually, Feds is a bit of a lag.
That was stream lag. Yes.
There, which is there. Done it.
Okay.
I've done there. Is that?
Yeah, that'll be
popped up
fine.
In the middle of the.
Yeah.
Pretty close, actually.
Yeah. That looks fine to me. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I knew there was a reason we played multiplayer. I couldn't remember what it was, but I'm sure there had to be one.
One thing we could do is
Because you want a good
put some
atmosphere
platform
system.
up above each of the beam emitters, out of range of the power, and put down additional emitters.
I missed the first part of what you said, Tristan, because Mike was talking, and he's louder than
What
you.
we could do is put down some scaffolding outside the range of the substations in Kalidas orbit, and copy paste the beam emitters and place
Oh, I
ones there
see.
that aren't powered, and those can save the settings. So that if you do switch one, you can copy paste it back.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Doopy. I did in fact miss out on all that stuff that was dropped in there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, I know why it didn't paste it. It didn't paste anything in. It was because I didn't copy the.
Hello.
That was a sudden lag. Back up to 50 UPS again now, though.
Confirmed that we no longer have biters on.
Oh, that's what it was.
Just ignoring the ones that the
Oh,
claim
wow.
is currently killing, yeah?
I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but we've suddenly shot up to 52, 55 UPS.
Yes, there's definitely no biters on this planet. I mean, that is a splitter, but...
Do you really want to argue with the algorithm?
I see no living biters or spitters. Oh no, I take it back. I do now. There's one. I just noticed one.
There we go. Now the autoclave is
Now
decided
it's
it's
switched
done.
off. Right.
I like the way I look at it. It just whoosh. It's like, oh, I say.
It killed it, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
More of it's-
Ooh.
Oh, there's a mark.
Yes.
Is it bad I want a trim surface?
Yes.
Why?
Because
It's nice and circular at the moment.
Actually, genuinely, given that trim surface draws a box, you'd lose the southern little bit shaved off. And maybe the top few tiles up here,
Yeah, we
right in the
can.
very north.
Yeah, we'd want to remove all of Tristan's power explorations all
Yeah.
over on this side. We'd lose a lot of the bottom, to be fair. We'd lose all the way up to about, well, I don't know.
but that doesn't really cost any UPS, and it's nicer that way.
Yeah, I think you're probably
True.
right.
Yeah, it's fair.
It might be interesting between streams to try trimming it and see if
Yeah.
it makes any actual difference. But yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
Norvis is now clear. Wow.
Yeah.
There's also
It's definitely Biters is what does the what's it called? UPS.
Oh yeah, the planet with the Spidertron thingy on it that still has biters, right?
yes.
That's the only planet with biters currently.
Okay.
So if we plague rocket that, we won't have any biter calculations in the UPS.
Right.
Excellent.
There is no sulfuric acid in the iron processing area. Are we short of sulfuric acid production for some at the moment? And that'll be over in Smoil, won't it? Because it's a acid. It's a sulfur.
No, I'm in the process of switching from basically emptying the sulfuric and pyroflux barrels in the old system.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I won't get too involved. And what are we confirming in the Universe Explorer? Oh yeah, we've confirmed that Norvis is clear of biters. That was I think someone
I think
did
that just happens automatically now.
Yeah, see the button's grayed out, so I can't do anything there. Delete Norvis. No, let's not do that. That would be silly. Silly. So the whole science system down here does seem to be chugging away quite nicely. We're making significant data at a reasonable rate. Science is happening. So here we go. We've got the Deep Space Science 1 packs are now pouring down at, well, they're turning up anyway. Okay, we've got a decent number in there now, actually. That's gone up to 10, 9, 8. So, yeah, okay. We're catching up is not really happening, but we are at least feeding a decent number of them in. And they're coming in bursts, should we say. So that seems to be just about hanging on. It's not really fast enough, but it is, as I say, just about hanging on. One of these machines isn't running. Why is that? Not enough catalogs. Do we need additional? I think we. Yeah. What's? Oh no, it's got. Need to upgrade the output inserters or exerters as well. They're not keeping up because there's so many different things that need to be unloaded. Maybe we should be using loaders along here.
You could easily do them for packs 2 and 4.
Yes, and packs 1 and 3 you just need to have a side swapper sort of somewhere along, which should be manageable. Awkward, but probably manageable.
Actually, yeah, that'd be easy if you output on the right-hand side of the machines.
Yeah.
That's the top on the right-hand side of the top.
I know what you mean. We'll see if the stack inserters can keep up. Actually, any more of this? I mean, I'm not entirely convinced the half belt of naquium plates is going to be able to keep up. Might need to upgrade that to deep space. Come on, bots. Oh, here comes the first one. Doop. Yeah, because there's quite a lot of different things that need to be pulled out. So I don't know if the stack inserter is going to help very much. Because most of the time, I suppose it's able to take each of the things out in one go. Might need more. Just need more insert. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. See if it's all right.
Normal.
Yeah, it's not keeping up.
2, 4, and 1.
Oh, but the inputs aren't
output.
keeping up. Yeah, then
2, 4, and 1 is for matter as well. Ah, yes, it's just 2 and 6 for bio.
Yeah, the input actually nothing is keeping up.
What
The inputs and the outputs are both struggling, just at different times. So I could I'm just going to upgrade these even further and turn them into superiors.
That belt is. No, it's not quite close, as close to full as I thought. The significant data ones really don't need upgrading.
I thought I saw one of them short of significant data at one point, but I could be wrong.
That was probably just due to not outputting fast enough, so it didn't.
Maybe, yeah.
Looking at how much they're just not bothering.
Yeah, it does seem to be the output. It's the output. This one I'm watching right now, it's definitely the output that's struggling. I think I might go loaders on these. Let's start putting in the switchometron to get things working better first. If I do all of that. Right, now if I put in loaders along here, then that's going to get fed onto the top of there. So in fact, let's... Yeah, I'm gonna stop this running, even though it's even that seems slightly wrong. And then that goes like that. Then along here, I need to put in loaders like that, that, and that. Oh, that's the right place. I'll feed everything out. It'll all go onto the bottom side of the belt, which is fine. Not ideal, but fine, because it'll come along here and it'll be put onto the top side of the belt, and then everything will start working again. I don't technically need this underground belt here, but I'm just going to leave it in for, I don't know, reasons. Tidiness, something like that. We'll still let these get upgraded if they can be. No, we don't actually have superior short inserters, so we only have superior long inserters.
It's a good job these blue chests aren't set up yet.
Yes, it is. Let's get rid of them before anyone sets.
No, not the bottom one. The bottom one's good.
Oh, true. The bottom one will be all right. Oh, you set it up as well. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Come on, bots. Where are those bots? Bots. Should be coming from up here somewhere, I think. Where am I even looking to? No, not over there. Over here. That's probably them. They're just trying to... No, not those.
What bots are you after? Because it's all been placed.
Oh, is it? Oh, I looked away while it was... to try and work out where the bots were while I was... yeah. All right, how are you getting on now? Are you able to unload everything? Yes, this even with 3 machines, even with the speed modules, there is still enough space on the half belt to unload everything. So that does seem to now be okay. Those 3 machines should be able to run. I was going to say these machines should be able to run solidly, but no, there's now insufficient naquium plating coming through. So it's going to be time to upgrade along there. I have an upgrade planner for this. So let's say everything along. Well, no, all of that. And all of that. And all of that. That doesn't. I don't need to go that far. Let's just go to there. Would like to upgrade to deep space belts. Why are you struggling? You shouldn't be. You should just be running solidly. I don't see any problems in here. But I saw you stutter. Like that. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's having... Yeah, problems loading along here. I think we need... Yeah, let's make these... Let's cancel these upgrades because they're not going to happen. But put in an additional stack inserter for each one of these. So it'll load a bit quicker. We'll get that upgraded.
Is it worth throwing a filter inserter in instead that just does the catalogs? Because that's the problem.
I don't know. I don't know how intelligent inserters are. Will they?
Because another one is doing plates won't matter. But the fact that two of them
Because
should
sometimes
be
it might
fast
be
enough
useful to have
keep
both
up
of them
with-
doing plates.
No, one doing plates was fast enough. It was just the fact that it wasn't also doing catalogs.
I think, well, I've done this now. The bots are on their way over to place them, so let's see how this goes. Hello, First Last. Welcome. Welcome to Belts Aren't Fast Enough. Oh, noes. Yeah, what we should have done here, of course, I guess, is have a solid belt of naquium coming through, and then put the catalogs on the other side of the Deep Space Science belt. The significant data belt. That would have been better, but oh well. Right, there we go. Now we've got a bit more throughput, hopefully. Why are you stopped? You can't output everything. Ah! So now because we have enough input to keep everything loaded, we haven't got enough output to get rid of all of the to keep the final machine working. Oh, for goodness sake! I guess I'm gonna have to upgrade this to a deep space belts as well. So all of this, well, up to there anyway.
Side loading won't.
And that,
Help.
and that should be enough. Let's do this bit as well, just in case. I don't think it needs to be.
Underground bit, the bottom underground doesn't matter,
True.
and they are still expensive, aren't they?
Yeah. They're automated now, so they don't feel expensive anymore. I know they're still exactly the same price, etc., but they don't feel as expensive because they'll just turn up when they're needed. I like this with the rollers just sort of wandering out and then going around and then just going straight back in again. It looks really odd, but it's just a loop back recipe. So I do feel now that we have quite a lot more going down the belt along here than we did before, so that has helped a lot. That should help, and once all this gets put in, so this one can keep up with itself, because as you see, it can't quite at the moment, and it's unloading all the stuff we don't really want as a priority. But then I suppose it doesn't matter because eventually it fills up, and then it does unload the stuff we do want as well. So yeah.
Check out the paragraph with 10 minutes over the last 10 minutes. It's a nice drop off of the laser artillery.
Have you dismantled them all?
All the ones that are my ones in the Roboport area.
Okay, that is a huge drop. It's gone from 24 gigawatts to 3.5 ish. I can't even find it, and it's gone even lower than that. To 3.6.
3.6.
That was ridiculous. I suppose we don't need we don't need any weaponry down there anymore. What is noticeable, the particle accelerator did its best to compensate for that. I wonder why. Was that it was probably producing ion stream or something like that. Hopefully the ones making particle stream haven't done anything. The tanks is full, but I can't really tell anything beyond that. No, I have never played Slay the Spire, so I guess that means I'm not a fan of it. Don't have a particularly strong opinion about it either way, because as I say, I've not played it. It's a deck builder card game, isn't it? As far as I remember. Right, there we go. That's now, everything can be just dumped straight out onto this belt because it's now twice as fast, so there's loads and loads of room on it. And that means we have a nice steady stream of Deep Space One packs coming through here. That's true, Screeve. Yes, the inserters will, the loaders will cram a lot more stuff in there. Oh look, we've got enough now. We've got a backlog forming of the Deep Space One science packs. Excellent. That only took a bit of finagling. Is the science actually running? No, the science is not running because we've run out of. What have we run out of? I can't tell at a glance. Oh, we've run out of basic tech. No, we don't use basic tech cards for this one. It's advanced 2s. We're not using them. Energy 4s. Ah. Yes, we've run out of Energy Science Pack 4. Chase the problem. Chase the problem.
Holmian had an issue because of the recipe change.
Right, and that's run out of. No, that hasn't run out of anything. Oh, what does it need? How many does it need? It needs 6 Energy Pack 3s. Okay. And Energy Pack 3s need Energy Pack 2s. Energy pack 2s need holmium cables.
Yeah, it's,
And-
it's holmium.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was just sort of tracing back to see how far it went.
But that
Is-
is fixed.
Oh
now,
yeah, I can see
and it
some
is
has
running at
just
full
arrived.
speed. Cool.
Does make me wonder if we should switch over to doing the mining productivity and let the holmium catch up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which one was it? Beam damage, wasn't it? Energy weapon damage. Yeah, that will.
Ah.
There we go. That'll give it plenty of time to catch up while we do mining productivity 12 because that's 31,000, and then 350 for oil conversion, and then 156, 195, 244. So yeah, mining productivity 12 is many times bigger than all of the other ones put together. Oh well. It'll keep the science system busy. Oh, and that was that's another Deep Space Science one, Deep Space Science 1 research as well. So we'll be churning through a decent amount of that to get the so we can start, as I say, trying to pull on the naquium fairly hard, which is quite nice because I want to get the naquium flowing because it's been quiescent and dead for so long. It bothers me. I want to see it running so we can get lots and lots of stuff through and just see things happening. Right, so over here we're down to 5.4 thousand. That's presumably still not going to quite be enough to kick Talos in. So if we look over on Talos, we can see that... what are we waiting for in before Christmas? We're waiting for you to have less than 5,000. Okay, so the next time a train goes through, we will then let this flow until the next time we have a naquium train pick up, this will flow until we get until it fills up the spaceship, and the spaceship will fly off, and then the whole naquium system will kick back in again, and we'll start to produce some stuff. Won't that be exciting? Oh yes, it will. How much naquium have we got up here? So 1.6 thousand, and we're triggering on 1,000, so we need to get through 600 over there. How many catalogs have we got? Other important questions. We've got still got quite a lot of those. Like that's 406, something like that. This train has run out of catalogue 1s, so we're... I don't know. It feels a little bit wrong to be watching until we actually run out in here to send the train away. I feel like let's switch this back over to running to triggering when the train actually runs out. I think I prefer that. So if we have you read train contents, that'll pass it out to here. And then we pass that over to here. And then we disconnect that from there. The train will immediately go. Now let's think this through to make sure everything's right. So we're sending the train contents out. So it shouldn't immediately leave because it's going to see... it's going to have... however many in the train. It's going to be added to have 1 subtracted from it, and then there won't be anything less than 0. So that should work nicely. But that'll send the train back over to here, where it can pick up a load more. Okay, Hohenheim. Well, thanks for joining. We'll catch you next time. But come back on Wednesday for the Satisfactory stream. So then, yes, train will swoop down here. Come on, more swoop. Needs more swoop. Okay, I know the space trains are really quick, but also our space station is really big. So it's not that one because that one's going down the elevator. Might be that one. So that'll come over. Oh, it got here while I wasn't looking. This keeps happening to me. So it's now filling up with catalogue 1s, lovely, and therefore we're pulling them through off the belt here to restock the warehouse. That means we're making them up here, which means we're going to be using at least some naquium. And also we can have a look at this area, see how I was going to say see how well this is running, whether it's keeping which science card is keeping up the least well. Oh, don't worry, my Satisfactory designs are still pretty ugly. Lots of spaghetti everywhere. So it's this one that's struggling the most. However, it's probably all right, but I think I might put in another machine anyway, just because I can. Actually, I could just fill it up with speed modules. That works too. I don't know. How's this system getting on? Okay, the scrap is pouring. Yeah, seems to be working generally here. We've got a full belt here, which is the main thing to watch for. Although, let's just say full belt. Yeah, it is actually going down. Maybe I do need more of absolutely everything. Or alternatively, maybe I don't need to worry about any of this because the station was completely full and we're making these faster than we're using them. Is that actually true? Let's find out. Over the last minute, then, catalogue Deep Space Science Catalogue 1 being produced at 75, used at 195. I would say that is not sufficient. Oh dear. I think this might have to be both of them. Are you off as well, Tempe, or are you saying goodnight to Hohenheim? Yeah, speed modules would be better for UPS. However, I think this looks like I'm going to need both, to be quite honest. And also some more down here for this machine. I'm going to need a second one of these. And this one's already speed moduled. And that's going to use even more ion stream. Oh, we don't have any ion stream. That's a concern. Why do we not have ion stream? We're making it over here. It's just that all these machines are running and it's not enough. Most of these machines are running. Do we have a throughput problem? And if so, which one? You're red because... Yeah, it looks like we're not bringing in enough plasma. Yeah, I could have checked that out. I can see these pipes flickering. There we go. Yeah, the bottom ones aren't running because we don't have enough plasma. So I think I might need to... All that flooring I ripped up earlier, I think I need to put back in along here and start making more plasma with it. So that's a bit silly. So we'll take that, and we'll take the tiles as well. And then we'll put it in again, and we'll put it in down here. What do we line up with? What's the top belt? The top thing is plasma. So I could put that there. Oh no, I'm gonna have all problems linking it in. I could put it there. Let's put it there. I think that's probably the best place. There we go. Now we can have a nice bot frenzy while they build all of that up. Oops. Yeah, so I had a load of extra plasma generation down here that was being used for the particle stream, but then I pulled it up because it was intended for the particle stream, so I didn't think, well, let's leave it in there because reasons. Yeah, because it'll be useful. Oh well, never mind. We can have some. Yeah, we'll have some additional output from there. So if I'll bring it out completely separately. So I'll bring an extra 2 belts worth through here, and then down here, and we make more plasma down here. That'll be fine. It'll just take a little while to build everything up, and I'll probably have to pull these roboports out. But I think we're going to have some. Yeah, we're going to have some roboports put in anyway. So I'll do it in several stages, unfortunately. Right. So yeah, I mean it's kind of working for now. We're pulling through the naquium. Have we demanded another train load of it yet? That's what I'm sort of excited about. Yes, there we go. So now if we go back and look at Talos again, that's Fenestra. If we go back and look at Talos, now we are making naquium. So the naquium ingots are running through. So this belt here should be flowing flat out. I can't tell because it's underground. Yep. It looks like it's flowing the wrong way because of refresh rates and stuff like that, but it's not. So down here we are generating lots and lots of these things. So we've got in both sides of the system are running. We've got a nice healthy stream of powder and enriched coming through here. These are not running. Why are you not running? Oh, we've run out of Vita extract. Why have we run out of Vitalic extract? Oh, I know why. Because we made a huge number of crystals. And you use more Vitalic extract per shipload of crystals than you do if you're mostly making ingots. Oh, that's a problem.
Is that a Laurence problem or a Marc problem?
It's a Laurence problem. Oh no! A train has brought some more down. No, actually, it's not. It's not. It's neither. It's a it's a patience problem. So it's a Laurence problem, but patience related rather than the ship's not working. Okay, so that means that presumably that means that the this ship flew off and took a load of. No, the train started running again, and so they've started taking down supplies from up here, and there is the 16,000 Vitalic reagent up here to be shipped down. So yeah, it's the trains had stopped because there was nothing being passed through, and therefore the resources weren't being taken down. So yeah, those sort of reasons. So it looks like things might well be okay. My biggest concern is that there seems to be okay. No, there's only sort of 500 crystals in each one of these. That's fine too. So that means down on the other end. Not you. This train, yes, this train's come in here and is unloading. There's at least, there we go. There's a load of Vitalic reagent in there, and in there, and in there, and in there. So that'll all get unloaded. There's nothing. I don't think there's any way this could go wrong at this stage. Quite a lot of methane ice here for some reason, but okay. Oh yeah, that's a sort of a disposal system. So because loads of methane as ice has been generated on Big Grid, so it's all being brought over here to be disposed of. And there we go. Here comes the Vitalic reagent flooding out of the train now, coming down the belt here, and we can then send it all down here, and we can start making the crystals again eventually, which means this will start working again. Yes, the Factorio devs. You're right, First Last, and Jetro. Yes, the Factorio devs are absolutely amazing at fixing things before most people have even realised that they're a problem. I've never known developers like it, just ever, in anything. I don't think. Not only it's sort of the level, not only the level of support that they give for the modders out there, then also there's the amount of effort they put into just making the game run ridiculously fast on computers that shouldn't be able to run it, and then of course fixing a bug within sort of picoseconds of it being spotted. It's all very impressive. As I say, never seen anything else quite like it. Right, so now the crystal production can kick back in again, which is a good thing because we do seem to be a bit short of it over here. Now I've got a little bit of it to work through, but we're a bit short. But now we can start producing that again, and then we can carry on filling up the train. The train has got bored of waiting. Or is the train full? No, the train's full. So that can now take some more naquium up there and a few steel plates as well from the barrels, and then load up at the other end over here with a load more of this sort of miscellaneous ingredients. Round the turny roundy. Back in here. Dump out all the stuff that we want back over in Norbit, and fill back up again with all the resources required to make the naquium. So yeah, I feel like this is actually ticking over quite well, despite my panic earlier when I thought we'd run out of Vitalic reagent. No, that was just a sort of a throughput issue, bringing it down from up here. I do think that it's quite possible that we churn through more Vitalic reagent than expected. However, the request numbers here, the 20,000 it requests, is apparently sufficient for it to then be able to make enough to fill the spaceship back up again. We'll find out. I mean, it's only 10% full so far, but we shall wait and see. Okay, that's a lot of Vitalic reagent flooding through now. In fact, that's a lot of it in the ship. Sorry, in the warehouse to be emptied out before it gets to some of the other stuff up there. But I think that's going to be fine. So that means that started working again. So we've started to empty these ships. Have any of them actually set off yet? We've got the Starstruck over there. The Starstruck is set off, so that's going back over to Norbit now in order to refill with sulfur mostly. And then, once it's done that, it can then head all the way back out to Stardust. So you can see it's a very, very gradual process getting the system back up and running again. But we need to... The naquium usage over in Norbit kicks in, and that means that we then start... Eventually, the amount we have over there starts to get a bit low, so we start to make more naquium on Talos, which means we start to pull through some of the crushed naquitite from the long-range ships. Eventually, one of those finishes and empties, and that means it can then head over to Norbit in order to fill up with the sulfur and probably iridium and anything else that's needed out in Stardust. It can then fly all the way back out to Stardust. Then there'll be some sulfur out there, and then there'll be room for everything else to kick in again, and so then everything should start running. But there's a lot of moving parts needed before that actually starts working. And that's sort of what I want to see happen, because I've got Stardust built up now to the point where I think it should be okay. We should be producing the naquitite fast enough, and then crushing it fast enough in order to keep all of the ships satisfied and keep the naquium production over on Talos satisfied and just running full speed. However, we haven't had a chance to test it properly because we just haven't been using enough naquium. Because, as I said earlier, we did that rocket reusability research, which we actually don't care about, and that used no naquium because it was an astroscience research. However, now, yeah, we're starting to actually do things that are a bit more demanding. Oh, and look, but despite all of that, we've now backed up completely on Deep Space Science 1. So does that mean we've run out of something else? No, it's making the buzzing noises. It's just. Oh no, we're a bit short of something. Something's struggling. Ah, it's the advanced science packs. We're not making them fast enough. Tristan.
Oh, all right.
I'm afraid advanced science packs are something that goes into absolutely everything. Therefore, we need them to be made really, really quickly. Now, looking down here, it does seem that all that needs is speed modules or more machines. You have loads of in fact, you have more than double. You have about double the catalog production rate you need, and everything else is somebody else's problem. So I think chucking speed modules or more machines in there will be fine. Do you want to do that, or since I'm right here, do you want me to do it? Okay, cool. Yeah, virtually everything that's used here is sort of somebody else's problem to produce it. So you've got the relatively easy job of just going, well, as long as you keep all of the tier 3 catalogs flooding in, then I'll just keep combining them and we can make those science packs. Okay, there's the other two cards that you're making as well separately, but then relatively simple. He says as the train leaves to go and get some more of them.
I sent it off because I want to get it to balance the cards because the train will bring over the same number, but they were unbalanced in the first place.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh well, on the plus side, at least this means we're not going to be using up the Deep Space 1 catalogs faster than we're producing them anymore. Mike's starting to get a backlog of all of his data cards for DSS 3. No, 2. 3. No, 3. 3? 3.
Yep.
Nice.
I'm babying the system ever so slightly. Because... It's fine, it's just...
Is it because you don't want to have a few arcospheres lodged in the machines?
I do dislike it, although it doesn't matter in the long run. I just don't like it. What I have noticed is that this machine here isn't keeping pace.
Right, okay.
Probably need more inversions.
Or better speed modules.
That could do it.
Or another inverter would work too, I guess. Yeah, you're quite right.
I mean it's sort of speed module, though I could put better ones in, you're right. I'm just checking EP to ZT or OG.
You know what? This might actually be a sensible place to use a compact beacon.
It could be. I'm just having a look to see TG to...
Exactly, Doopy. Yes, we could put better speed modules in and then it'd run a bit faster.
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at this and I'm seeing there's a lot more inversion that's likely to happen than I originally anticipated. Which, is fine. When the system was running flat out, it didn't matter TM. But as some back up, it's starting to matter a bit more. But again, that will balance itself. Given time, it'll all balance.
Well,
it'll all back up and then stop.
If you're not doing any of the Tesseracts, yes.
Yeah. Even given enough time, the Tesseracts will back up, assuming that nothing's using them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they won't be it'll never be balanced if things get used.
Well, yeah. But that's the whole point about
Is there
having a
not a
balancing
risk that
system.
you'll run out of something? If you're
What, one particular type? Yeah.
Yeah, particularly if you're putting stuff out onto the belt to be used by tesseracts and things.
Except the belts are all being counted in that, so that's still included. Unless that's not what you meant.
You rotated the tesseract things.
Yeah. So the tesseracts currently aren't taking it. And then this combinator here, I can just turn it off, and that will then turn off all the data cards, although, quite frankly, that doesn't matter, because the only one that's low...
They're all basically caught up now, anyway.
Yeah. And so it's just
one thing is
the
buffers.
warp data, which wasn't the first one with the problem, but the catalogs themselves are backed up there. So it's a pretty serious sort of backing up situation.
Oh yeah, you've got
There we are, all backed up.
We haven't even started doing Deep Space Science 3 researches yet, really.
Yeah, so that's all backed up and ready to roll, which is good. So that means that I can leave the Tesseract bit switched, or that inserter switched on, and the system will balance itself. It will take time. In fact, I'm just going to turn it off temporarily.
Shouldn't make any difference, should it?
It shouldn't do, no. It's just whilst it's got one in its hand, and whilst there's one in the loader, there are a few ticks where nothing's happening, basically. Right. It's not registered. So it takes one out and puts it back in. And it's probably me being oversensitive, but in theory that could cause something to wibble over a boundary, which could cause you grief, but it's also extremely unlikely.
Yeah, your system does seem to be sort of stirring a little bit. It hasn't gone quiescent yet. But it might not be in balance. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, there's 4 epsilons and 16 thetas. It's definitely not in balance.
Oh yeah, it's still balancing. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I thought maybe it had got to the point where it was not, where it was still running and trying to where it got to the point of being more or less balanced and was still just sort of churning and churning. So we'll.
Yeah, there's 2 that are quite high. Looking at the graph.
Yeah.
Oh, suddenly they've just dropped down by a lot. Yeah, that's a bit flickery.
Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah.
Looking at it here, there's thetas are up at 16. Oh, it's gone up to 17. Now it's dropped down to 14. Epsilons are still down at 4. That doesn't seem to be recovering. And it's gone up to 5 now. Okay, maybe it is gradually.
It's taking time. I mean, there are 80 right now known to the system. That's dropping as low as 75 and going up to 83.4. Based on exactly what.
No, it is definitely getting better. I saw 3s and 4s earlier. Oh, and now it's got to 7 is the lowest number of any of them. Oh, no, actually, that's just in the warehouse. I'm not looking at the right thing. I should be looking at. Is there a pylon anywhere that knows what's in it?
That one there's what I use because that gives me the percentage readouts. Pylons.
Okay.
There's a pylon that tells you what it's asking for.
I suppose there'll be an input along here somewhere, won't there? The one that's making the percentages. So yeah, we've got now we're up to about 8 or 9 of the lowest one. So it is definitely it's definitely getting better. It's getting better. I think it's you're right. It is going to be. It is approaching equilibrium as well.
But there's 12 arcospheres in that right now in that inverter.
Hmm. Yeah, Doopy's suggesting you could wire the inserters in as well, reading the hand contents of them. It's not what's in the inserters so much that's the problem. It's those 4. It's the ones that are in here. It's the ones that are in these machines rather. So there's 4 in that one. There's none in that one or that one. But then any that are along in here. So there aren't any at the moment because Mike's turned it off. But in theory, you could end up with a few arcospheres in the machines, and those are the ones that sort of are a bit of a drain on the system. However, that just means you need to have an extra sort of 30 arcospheres over what you expect to theoretically need if they're all central at the same time. And it looks like everything's now gone to sleep. Oh.
Yeah.
Between 11 and 13 in the warehouse of each one. So that's very even. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll get there. I think, and I might be wrong on this, I think what's happening is that the output for use in DSS3 and Tesseract production is so much faster. So you can think of that in terms of a increased badness or increase in stability or decreased balance. Yeah, let's call it that. Decreased balance Turning on DSS3 Tesseracts decreases the overall balance.
Faster than the rest of the system can bring it back in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas the other bits is increased balance. So I could...
More speed modules.
I mean, in fairness, everything's speed module 3'd with wide area beacons. I could... well, no, it's just that one there. I could remove that to remove the beacon effect from the DSS3, but what's the point?
Yeah, or you just reckon on it's going to struggle a bit until you get everything into what's the term I'm looking for? And until you get all the buffers filled up, and then it'll be okay.
Yeah. That.
So the next thing I suppose is to turn on the tesseract making and see how it gets on then.
Yeah.
Now
the other one is to sync the two clocks together. Well, in theory, if I just turn this on now, then it shouldn't matter. Because you'll have, yes, those ticks where there are things in an inserter's hand or in a loader.
Sorry, what did you just turn on?
That inserter there is now outputting onto that belt to the left. Nothing's been drawn off it, so it shouldn't matter. But it means that occasionally it thinks there's only 93. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It thinks there's only 93 arcospheres in the system, which means that...
You need to follow Doopy's suggestion and read the contents of the hand as well.
Yeah, that would... yeah, you are quite right, Doopy. That would... what's the word?
Laurence, if you want to have a screenshot for Bot Frenzy, you want to have a look at Norvis and zoom out very much.
Oh dear. Okay, let's have a look. That's not... I'm going to the wrong place. No. Norvis, that one. Are you pulling up all the walls and things?
Yes.
I mean, why not? But yowza.
Okay, I've taken a screenshot just for fun. What are you going to do with all those walls and weapons? Put them in the boxes of shame, I imagine. But
yeah.
Oh, look at that! That's a lovely curve, all just sort of heading out in perfect expansionary sort of thing, and it'll be really lovely until the bots will run out of battery, and then just go and cluster around a roboport to recharge or for warmth. And then here we've got. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Yeah, they're not all going out. It's interesting because they're not all going out in a straight line. There's a slight curve to it because they're all going off to slightly different places. But yeah. What's going on here? Are these bots? Oh, the bots are going to this chest and they're changing their mind and going over to these ones up here, which presumably Marc has set up filters on. So they'll get the... Oh, no, you haven't set up filters. That's weird. It looks like all the bots are coming into this warehouse.
Yeah, it's full.
Oh, because it's full. Right. Okay. So much shame.
I think the singular boxes are nicer because you see the individual items. And then you can see early then if you have some items you wanna drop in some other places.
Yeah, you do get quite a bit of that. The downside is that you get it as long as there's only one thing in the box. Yes. Yeah. And they'll start off trying to do that if they can. So as long as you keep it with always enough chests, that should be all right. Hey Clown, your blueprints are not. When you say blueprint, have you made blueprints that contain space scaffolding, or are you copying and pasting? True, small boxes are more space efficient. That's true. When you say recycle, do you mean turn them into something useful, or do you mean just destroy them? Because we might be able to destroy them, but I don't think we can actually do anything else with them. Wall. I think we're using these on steel wall, aren't we? They can be turned. Yeah, they can be trashed, and that is it. There's a mod that recycles items into science packs. Wow, that sounds a bit potentially OP. Speaking of science packs, I was trying to work out why the science wasn't running as quite flat out. What are we short of? What are we using for this one? Oh, now we're short of Bio 4. Let's follow that up and find out why. Why do we not have any of our science packs? Bio 4 is short of Bio 3. Bio 3 is short of... it's Vitalic reagent. we just need a lot more vitalic reagent because the naquium eats so much of it, and so does Bio3 apparently. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just starting with that.
Let's cancel that one as well. Move to the end of the list. Right, well there we go. Now that's a science pack we can rip through nice and quickly. And look at the speed that's going at. That's ridiculous. It is, granted, it is only a 350 science packs. It's only 360, and they're only 45 seconds each. So that's really, really quick. Oh yes. So what'll happen is if a blueprint contains scaffolding or landfill, you place it once. The bots will fly out and put out the scaffolding. Then you place the blueprint again, and then the bots will fly out and place whatever goes on top of the scaffolding. You don't need scaffolding for space rails though. I do wonder if we need another inserter here. Like that. Maybe 2 more. Sometimes it stops though, which is a bit strange, given that sometimes this stops. Oh well, it's pretty good. We've done that one already. There's 350 ripped through, and then we've got how many long range time? That's 381. It's actually more, and it's a 60-second research. So this should take quite a bit longer. But if anything, I think that's going quicker.
It's 156.
Oh, I had the wrong one selected. Thank you. Yes, okay. That's why it's going twice as quickly, because it takes half as many. Selecting the right ones is far hard. So there's a mod that does a reverse factory that will turn all items back into their component parts, and that would be quite. It'd be nice actually if you could crush wall down back into stone, even if it doesn't get all of it back, and then we could use it for paving the factory or something. That feels like a reasonable thing to be doing. Where's energy science? Have we restocked on whichever one of those it was we were short of? Because that's going to be in demand again fairly soon. No, we haven't. We've got a few of them. Oh, 200 will have gone into here, I suppose. But even so, it's only 200. So once we finish doing all of these, like that, this one's going to start struggling. So we've got a second long distance constellation match. So that's been put in the Informatron as well. We've got 3 of them now. In fact, we've noticed 3 patterns. We've got a sort of we've got one that looks like someone falling over, one that looks like somebody going for a run, kind of, and I'm not sure what that one looks like. Legs, perhaps. Nah, you're giving it a big stir. Fair enough. Oh yeah, just rip through the cheap ones. That makes sense. Although actually, these still require. Oh, they require energy 4, but not a huge number of them, so we'll probably be all right with those.
Yeah, I just need to type them all in now.
Matter cube. Looks like an ultra cube. Oh, probably because that's where the graphics were stolen from. Dum dum dum. All right, it's nice. It's nice that we're having one of those streams where we get lots of research done, because there's been quite a lot of them recently. Well, there were two in a row where we spent the entire time doing one single research. So it feels like things are actually starting to happen now. I guess the next thing, the space signals don't need scaffolding. That seems weird. I suspect. Are you copying and pasting chunks of track, Clown? Because if I copy and paste a chunk of stuff like this. Oop, that's paste. If I copy a chunk of stuff like that, and then if I place it, I'm going to do it outside Roboport range because I don't want it to actually get built. If I paste this up here and force paste it, you only get the rail and the signals. Because if you just do a copy like that, then you don't actually get the scaffolding. What you need to do is hold down Shift when you copy, like this, and you'll notice that when you do, it goes blue instead of white. So if I select that like that, then you get this up, the blueprint creator, and here you can then tick the tiles box there like that, and then if I go off somewhere in the middle of nowhere and paste that in, it still won't put in the pipes and the belts and things, but it will put in the scaffolding. So you do get the scaffolding, and then once the scaffolding has been placed, you can come along and paste it in again, and it'll put in the bits and pieces on the top. If it's not that, then I don't know. Significant data is not keeping up. You're quite right. Significant data is not keeping up. I guess that just means we need to extend it.
On that. Yeah.
How much robo coverage do we have here? I keep asking this question. Oh, it's plenty. That's fine. Let's put one of these over here somewhere. Come on, link up. Okay. Where's the... Oh, there's the edge of it. Right. Put that there. That's not going to be in robo coverage? Yes, it is. That's fine. And then I can get rid of... You're covering all those. Yeah, I can get rid of that and that. So they're just kind of in the way. Put some more normal belts in there. And then, yeah, then I can just copy paste this over this way without really having to worry about the exactly where everything goes. It's going to cause a bit of a problem there, but the bots will come over soon and build all this for me. I was going to say in slightly joking terms if Marc has left any of the bots available for me, but yeah, I know they're all just working on the ground. Interesting. I'm surprised Tristan tapped into made it his own thermofluid system over here rather than just tapping into the stuff from the science park.
Piping
through there could have been awkward.
The two things I needed across would have been rather awkward.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bit tight through there. That's fair enough. Right, here comes the scaffolding. So I would like more of that. That is good, but I need more of it. So there we go. That's another 2. So that's an increase of 50% over what we had before, which is, a start. Is that covering? Oh, it's going to cover. Yes, it's going to get that machine. The ones I've just put in. Any more that I put in are not going to be covered by this beacon. So crikey, even with whatever speed, however much speed beaconage we're getting from here, these machines are still not fast enough. That's crazy. What have we got here? We've got speed module 6s in that. This is full of 6s as well. There we go. Plenty. Yeah, if you've got scaffolding in the blueprint, it should place the blueprint. It should place the scaffolding at the same time as it places the rails, because they're both the same. So they can both be placed on nothing, as it were. It does sound like. I know you said you've checked, but it sounds like your blueprint does not have scaffolding in it. Oh, better, faster computers. That's a good point. No, we've got. I think we've got the best. I think we've got the best recipe here. Let's check that, because I could have forgotten something. So yeah, you got the tier 1 recipes where you turn 1 of each type into it. Then you've got the tier 2 recipes that turn 2 of all the various different combinations into significant data. Then the 3s. And then the 4, and that is the last one, and you can trash it as well. So no, we're using the best recipe, because we're doing the 4. If I zoom in, you can see the 4 across there. So we're doing the correct one. But yes, you're quite right. We could put better computers in here. That's not a bad idea, because at the moment we're using the tier 2 supercomputers.
We have researched tier 3, so.
And we've researched tier 3. In fact, you know what? Let's. So tier 3, we've researched tier 3. So that's manageable. Yeah, okay, I can probably go and make those. I'm not sure where I'll get the quantum supercomputers from. Probably by bots, sadly. And then there's deep space supercomputers that we haven't researched yet. That is
Have you tried upgrading?
No, not yet. That is a DSS. That's a Deep Space Science 3 research, and it's hiding behind naquium processors. So it's out of reach, but not too far out of reach. The main reason it's out of reach is because we don't have the the naquium processors, actually, and that's another Arcosphere thing. We might have them already. Let's try upgrading these. Yes.
So, do we have
no? We don't have
AI cores on the train network?
Yep. No. Not as
that's as confusing as answers go.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, we do. I answered quickly and wrongly.
And do we have advanced neurogel on the...
Yes.
Excellent.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Well, we can then basically start making the... Oh, what are they called? Naquium processors.
Cool.
Awesome. Yeah, we've got to that point. We've got to that point now, haven't we? With the deep space sciences, where most of the stuff is there. So with all of space exploration, you tend to get to the sort of the, I need this thing. Oh, I just need to. Oh, but I've already got most of it. If I just do this and that, then it'll all be everything I need will be in the right place. Sort of stage. So
Yeah.
it's like I've often said, the first tier of each science pack is often the hardest, and then once you've got that first tier done, the rest of it not so bad.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's quite true with deep space science because you get the arcospheres at whatever level it is you get them at, but mostly it's the case.
Honestly, I think it's just a case of doing a lot more arcosphere hunting, which is annoying because the Caladrian was defueled.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's going to make a big difference to
temperature 522 degrees.
Do you want to use the
Sorry,
deep space
5,002.
exploration ship, the other one?
Well, I could do. It's just that there's then 40 collectors on the thing. Actually, how
You
good
could
is
fly.
that?
You could because you'll fly out to Fenestra, so you could go out there, steal them all off it, and then carry on.
Good point. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Not this exact second, but how come it's got ores in that chest there, like stone, iron ore?
Because I'll have recovered them from and not emptied that. I should turn that into a purple. I'll turn it into a purple chest, and then they'll be got rid of. It was a dump chest for while I was out in Stardust, and had ended up with some ores from picking up meteors or something like that, probably.
Fair enough.
So yeah, with purple that it'll get rid of them all.
There it is. Okay, considering it's 11, I am going to head off to bed because running on 6 hours sleep, 7 hours sleep, something like that.
Okay, well it'll be you've got a project for next time anyway, which is the other thing you could do. Oh, have we got antimatter reactors? Because you could go out and put one of those in the Caladrian and start warming the heat exchanger up from externally.
I think
Beam receiver
Marc
up
was
externally.
was considering using one in the spaceship, so we might have them.
The what? The
Antimatter
antimatter reactor. Yes.
Any reactor that'll produce 10,000 degrees, basically.
Yeah, it's
we
a
have
possibility.
those made.
I've sped up the clock for the balancer for the Arcospheres thing, and it's keeping pace with Tesseract production now. So it's not balanced, but it seems to be holding at only a bit unbalanced.
Okay.
Which is kind of that's the whole point. Is it's acceptable
Yeah.
in that there's enough things available to keep going. No worries.
Sorry,
also,
I'm only slightly sort of half listening because I'm sort of building at the same time.
That's fair enough. Final question from me before I say farewell and go to bed. This is very much behind the scenes stuff as far as chat's concerned. I think I've put a few only like 2 or 3 thoughts in the about the Fenestra puzzle in the thing. I've marked them as spoilers. Chat, we have to write reports, as Marc, Tristan, and I, on what we've done for Laurence.
It's either that or I either have them write reports or they complain that I haven't talked enough about what they did in the previous stream. So
Does us
can't
writing
win.
reports really stop us complaining?
No, but it helps a little bit.
It takes the edge off.
If I could find a way of stopping you complaining, Mike, I would be a millionaire.
Oh, mate, my boss is already on that.
Yeah, exactly. Your boss would pay me an absolute fortune, and so would your wife.
Touche. Yeah, it's fine. I've marked the Fenestra comments as spoilers, even though technically there's nothing in there you don't have access to. But you might not have gone looking for the relevant information yet, and therefore you might not want to know just yet.
Right. Okay. I'll probably talk to you tomorrow about what sort of things what you mean, what you've been doing, and sort of see well, and then judge what the sort of the right level of spoilerage is.
I've literally basically taken the time to read through all of the everything that I could find in terms of Informatron.
Okay.
Um,
That sounds like a
as
thing I should
well
probably
as-
do as well, to be honest.
Yeah, and in fairness, that contained. I was barking up the right tree earlier with some of my predictions, but it contains some evidence to support that hypothesis. In fairness, I can't guarantee it at this point, but
Yeah.
it feels like it's extra evidence has emerged that supports the hypothesis. And then I was also looking on the share at the image you took from Telos.
Okay.
Um,
To an extent, this is intended to be a team effort, and therefore anything if you've worked stuff out from things we have seen inside the game, then technically it's not a spoiler.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point. It's just about whether you wanted to read the stuff through first and
See if I
make your
have
introduction
ideas
and
myself,
then compare
yes.
notes rather than.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
So it's your choice.
Yep. Okay. Thank
Great.
you.
In that case, thank you very much for the game, everyone. Good night, all. Goodbye, chat. Mike is the best. Always remember that. And I will catch you all later.
All right. Yeah, we'll see
Bye,
you.
Mike.
See you later. Bye.
Night, all.
Hey up, man! Welcome to the stream. Many spaceships have been launched. We've moved. We are now. Spaceships are bringing all of our resources from our various other planets over to Norbit, and then being dealt with as appropriate in many different ways. So yeah, I'd say spaceship launches are generally going pretty well. We broke quite a lot of them last week, but then quite a lot of them broke last week, and we're not quite sure, 100% sure why in some cases, but they seem to be behaving themselves this week, at least so far. So yeah, I'd say spaceship launching is going pretty well. Put that there, and then that'll get me logistics coverage to here. That'll get the computers brought in, and then we can make the tier 3 ones. Lovely. Possibly I should have used slightly better inserters along here, because this is taking a long time to fill up. There we go, do that. One mic down. Right. So how are things generally going over here? We've got a Stardust ship in, so it's stopped off. Why is it still here? What are you waiting for? Probably more sulfur. Why do we not have any sulfur? Sulfur is going in the wrong direction. It's going away from the ship. No, okay, some has arrived now. Okay, train has brought some sulfur up from the ground, so we do have some. The amount of sulfur we're ordering is clearly too darn low, but oh well, we'll yeah. I'm going to upgrade this. Oh, that's a deep space. That's a load. Oh no, that's fine. So I'm going to upgrade this belt to deep space ones. Well, congratulations, Neff. You're obviously learning, or is that you're saying you've got better at understanding space exploration, or is it that our designs are so clear and easy to understand that you can tell it just at a glance exactly what's going on? Can I upgrade those? No, I can't.
I know Mike just left, but that Kothar is at a complete standstill.
Yeah, we've been telling him to fix that, but I think he's been busy with many other things. Yeah, I'm afraid. This isn't working because there's too many loaders in the way. I need to make deep space loaders. Yeah, Mike is a problem.
He sent the ship back to handle that in theory, and it's now sitting there empty.
Yeah, but we don't have, I think, any vulcanite.
Yeah, that was the problem before as well, and he doesn't seem to be fixing it.
The fact that it has 0 is weird.
So is the ship?
There's nothing in the ship.
Nothing in. Oh, is that because it's unloaded? It's not because it's unloaded then.
I assume that was you sending the vulcanite.
Yes,
off,
yes.
Mark.
There is about just over 10,000 vulcanite in the warehouses ready to be loaded into the ship. We have a signal coming in asking for 10,000 vulcanite.
I think the ship needs sending off to Norbit.
Yeah, how full are the warehouses? So how much more can we request? If you're there, anyway.
They're about 2/3 full, so that there's if we stuck another 100 stacks into each one, that would be fine. Another 100 stacks is what, 20,000?
Add another 50% to the vulcanite request.
Yeah, so
yeah, sounds like a good idea.
If I can find the requester. No.
So it's on 10k. How much vulcanite was in there, Laurence? Did you say?
10k.
Okay.
Well, it's just over in the warehouses, but it's asking for 10,000. And Marc's system is working to the surprise of precisely nobody. Okay, it's now dropped to minus
up it to
2k.
20,000 once.
That's weird. The number is dropping visibly. It didn't jump. It's dropping gradually. It's very weird.
Yeah, because the delivery reached the station.
Ah, yes.
And it's counting the station as a plus.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, we'll see.
We could unlink.
Slightly
this
confused then, because
station.
the amount,
This-
yeah, according to over here, you still have 13,000. Wait, no, what?
Yeah, that was what was in the train.
Oh, right. Oh, so you gave a
It
train
should
a
be
nudge.
1.8
Yeah, I
thousand.
nudged
Ah,
the
gotcha.
train.
Right, so that's going to bring sulfur along here. That's underground, that's fine. You're quite right. Whoever it was who said that could be removed, you're quite right. That is easily going to reach from there to there. Regular, that was who it was. Upgrade all this along here. The problem is going to be that when it gets to here, we don't have the throughput. I need to make deep space loaders. I think they were expensive, but I mean, so what? Basically, if it means the naquium system starts to work better, I'm prepared to put up with that. Oh, here I don't actually need it here. I could put in a splitter like that, and that will then unload this at the right rate. But is there any point if it's not going to be coming in here fast enough, and I can't speed this up because we've got all this wired up? Yeah. Oh crap! Thank you. Yes, you're right. I forgot to limit the number of computers because I was waiting for it to be on the WASP name system. So I need a logistics network, connect that, and enabled when computers. Those ones is less than 5. How many have we got now? 1. Okay.
It's going to upset Mike, but I've added in a backup for the whatever the red spheres are called, cation exchange beads, because he has a buffer of them, but that's after the split off for cleaning the dirty iridium water.
Right.
So
Okay.
I've added a loop back so that it can. Some of the buffer can be used to clean that if it backs up in the same way.
Those are pricey.
So I found a remaining issue from the upgrade, and now the reagents should be like in a 4 times speed.
Okay,
to
cool.
what we had
I was a little bit concerned previously that we maybe weren't ordering enough at a time.
No, it's just.
You think it's just the speed they're being produced at? Okay.
And this is an issue as well.
Quantum processor, nanomaterial, naquium cubes, heavy assemblies, immersium gears. If you were an immersium gear, there's an immersium plate there that could be made into gears. If you were an immersium gear, would you be on this belt already? There's crystals there, that's no help though. Doesn't look like it, but I can make those on site easily enough. That's just stamp them out of a thing. Space loaders, I'm going to bring them in by bot. Oh no, I can make. Did I end up making all those sort of things on site? I think yes, I started making those things on site, so I'll do that. I need these belts though. Where are they coming up to? They're just going into there and okay. So I need to pass them up all the way along here because that's quite a long way up. Because I wasn't going to do these originally, but I think actually I think they are going to be worth it, even though they're expensive. And a massive quantity of lube, but then lube is a thing that we have. Lube is a solved problem. You'll be pleased to know.
Are you needing these for the sulfur?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yes.
Why?
Because there's not enough
at the other end.
throughput.
Right.
Topside sulfur.
It's at the loading end, not the unloading end.
Yes. It's the passing it through all the way down the belts down the middle. Because we've got funny logic in some of these with these various store boxes to try and use up the Tarasian to send the Taras sulfur off to Kothar Agnea, sorry. Send the sulfur from there off to Agnea if there's too much of it, but only if there's too much of it. Actually,
I was basically thinking you could just do this, but yeah, at the other end you can't.
oh yeah. How about actually? I've had an idea. What if I ran an additional belt? So forget the whole running it through all of these boxes. Just have an additional belt going from the back from the Taras drop-off area, going straight into the Agnea pickup area, and that's about it. That's the limit of the limit of all that's necessary, and then only run that one and just have it completely separate from all the rest of it. Oh no, the other backwards belt was to allow us to use send Teresian sulfur to Talos as well as other places that need it.
You're right.
I am tempted to just redesign this and try and make it work better. Because I think it can.
Mark has carefully left before you say that.
It's not the spaceships I'm redesigning. It's the bits that load the spaceships, though. So it's not Marc's system that I'm ripping up and shredding and redesigning. So therefore, he probably won't get too upset with me. Probably. How much more sulfur are we waiting for anyway here? Oh, we want another 48. That's all. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because that's... Oh, actually, I can undo... Yes, I can undo it. And then we'll get 48 more through. Then I can put that splitter in. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking, Doopy. If I run it all back into that box... Oh, no, we still need to know how much there is. But yeah, I could then have Agnea only load if there's more. Yeah, this could only run if there's more than a certain amount in the box. That's possible. Because yeah, so we've got various things. So we've got various places that use sulfur. So for example, Kothar definitely uses it. Big Rid uses it. Talos uses it, and Stardust uses it, and so on. Lots of places use sulfur. Taras produces it. Agnea uses it, but also can produce it locally. So we've been using Agnea as a sink for sulfur whenever we've got an excessive quantity of it that we want to get rid of. So when if Taras produces too much because we've made so much immersium, then dumping the excess sulfur into Agnea is useful. However, places like Talos need lots and lots of sulfur to be brought out to them, and therefore we also bring it up from the ground in this train. The way you can see this plume of sulfur coming through here because the train's been in. So we need to have a supply coming in from there as well. So yes, I think this should be possible. So if let's come through here and just remove all of these boxes, and then have the top belt just feeding it backwards, because I think that'll be easier. So we'll have you go. If we remove you and you and you and you and you, and just feed that straight under there, like that. And we feed this all the way along here, under here, and through here, and then we'll rotate that and bring this along here. And I want to feed it into here, but I can't. That's annoying. There's not enough beltery around here. I could go under the whole lot and feed it in the back. It's ridiculous, but it'll work. So I'll take that from there to there, and then there, and there. Rotate you. Because that could go in there, and we've just got rid of this. Then we'll have an overflow coming out of here and taking it up there as well. I'll sort that out in a minute. But for now we've got such a shortage of sulfur that I don't think it's relevant. So that can go straight through there. Then down here, yes, we remove that and that. We just feed this straight through here like that, We're ignoring this completely. This comes along here, along here. We've got another box here. What's going on here? So this is where it comes out of Taras. So yeah, let's get rid of that. And in fact, let's get rid of all of this. And those. And then try and work out what the best thing to do here is. So if I do that and that, but also that and that, and that, then we've got this coming in here and not going anywhere. So feed that into there, and actually we don't need that or that. We need this to be coming down and in there. Right, there we go. So when all this is put together, yeah, actually that's probably about right, Doopy. Actually, yeah, let's set it up like that. That's going to be much, much easier. Good thinking. So back then over here, yes, so I put in a splitter there like that, and then I prioritize this to send it out to the left. Yeah, that's going to be much easier. And we're always potentially asking for 3,000 here, apparently, as of right now. It doesn't really matter. We can just dump it out there as necessary. But yeah, good thinking. All right, so if we could just get all this rebuilt so we can get some of the sulfur flowing and restock all the ships that are trying to get out to Stardust, that'd be lovely. That's already back up to temperature. That's good. Yeah, over here, obviously no sulfur making it through because I've just broken the whole thing completely. Yeah, so that bit's done. That bit's not done yet, but everything's in place. That's an underground, it's fine. Wherever all my split, some stuff hasn't been put in properly there, but there we go. So there you go. They see there's a load of the ship from Taras has come in. It's brought a load of in this case imersite crystals over, and some sand and some sulfur, and we want the sulfur to go through into here and be sent off to the appropriate ships. So yes. It's going to mean a bit of many handling, but I think that's probably all right. Shame is right. We just need to wait for the bots to turn up and finish off this bit as well. And you know, while I'm faffing around here, I'm going to tidy that up as well, just because having unnecessary undergrounds like that annoys me a little bit. Oh, and here come the bots. Of course, we're not going to get
cleared one out in the recycling area earlier then.
Yeah, it doesn't annoy me that much, but if I see them, I do like to go in and fix them. Okay, so this is going to flow all the way along here. Yep, it's going to go under. It's going to go under there, all the way down here. Yep, that's right. And then to here, where it's going to all go off to the left, where it'll then flow around here and go back into the processing system, and then eventually make its way all the way back along this belt. But never mind, you know, it's a work in progress. Ah, here come the other bits and pieces I needed. Some of them, anyway. Come on. I did all of that at the same time, didn't I? Maybe not. No, I didn't. That was much later. Oh, it's going to take forever. Oh, well. It's sort of kind of nudged in the right direction for fixed. What was going on up here? Oh, yeah, I was going to build the things. Right. So, my next question is, how far have my ships got? So, we've got this Androgen. Don't care about that. Snowdrop Njord. Stardust 3 with a vengeance. Good. Out in deep space. Aha, the Starstruck. This was the very, very first one to leave. So it's taken us the entire time it took for the ship to fly from Norvis to Stardust to produce any to produce enough sulfur to fill the ship up again, which is a bit disturbing. But we're 20 seconds away, so let's watch this land. Yeah, splitter priorities is. I'm very glad that's now available. I'm trying to remember how we did priorities before we had that. Probably with inserters or something.
Stuff.
Side loading, yeah.
That's an input priority, not an output priority, though.
Yeah.
Just didn't bother. Bloop. There we go. Right, so now we can have a load of stuff unloaded here, specifically the sulfur. It's always sulfur in this game at the moment. Sulfur pours out down here. It goes into the chemical plants down here to get turned into acid. And the system has kicked in and started working because we are loading the crushed naquitite into the spaceship. And so that's going to... Yeah, I see we brought out some probes as well for the deep space science, whichever one it is. So those have gone into these warehouses somewhere. What? Where did they go?
There wasn't many of them. They've gone through already.
They're shot through already. Oh yeah, there they are, down there. So they're going off to be launched. Got a nice healthy stream of sulfur coming through. Can make that into acid, and that means we've now got some acid in. Well, we're trying to put some acid into this into this tank, which means there we go. That train can clear off, and go back to wherever. This train pulls in. I think I need another signal in there. Really, it's a little bit silly that they start moving forwards and then have to stop again. But anyway, trains come in. This one starts unloading, and pleasingly, it is starting to unload before the warehouse is emptied. So that's rather nice. Up here, things are going to be working even better because there's already a lot of acid up here. So this train should be able to leave. Oh, actually, this train was really short of acid. It must be one of the new ones. I did want to limit pumping up to the second tank. Then I thought, I'm not out there. I can't. It's going to be ridiculous to set the wiring up appropriately. And I suppose I could put a cable across there to say only pump when there's more than 50,000, but it wouldn't really help all that much. Actually, it'd help a little bit, at least for right now. If acid greater than 50,000. There we go. Yeah, that'll help a bit. Because then we'll at least have a bit of it buffered down here at the main area to top up these trains. That one's nice and full. It's just, yeah, that one up here must have been a really new train because it had so little acid in it. How about this? And this one's empty as well. So we are going to rip through a lot of the acid that was stockpiled up here, which is not the end of the world, but still, it's not ideal. But still, the rest, other than that, the system seems to be kicking in quite nicely. We've got the trains filling up with acid, emptying out the naquitite. They're all buzzing off to wherever trains go. We don't seem to have as many coming into this station up here as there are coming into this one. I'm not sure, but I suppose as long as there's always some in each, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, actually it doesn't matter because there's always going to be... Is the throughput always going to be the same? Yeah, because if this station starts to fill up too much, then they'll go to this one. And if we don't have enough trains to fill up this one, then they'll... What's that train doing? Could trains please stop taking stupid routes around places? We've already had one horrible accident from that. Yeah, and if this station is still demanding more trains, then obviously we're churning through the naquitite down there. So I don't think it matters as long as either both of these systems keep running, or the trains are always busy and there's never nowhere for a train to go to. Then I think we're probably all right. So yes, we have a nice flow of the trains now. Hopefully this will all tick over nicely, but I guess we shall wait and see. But this is what I was sort of wanting to watch for, having everything sort of kick in over here, have all the machines start working properly. We've got 2 solid belts worth of crushed naquitite coming in here and filling up these warehouses, ready for the next spaceship, which has only just left Calidus orbit, so it's all the way back over here. So that's easily going to have filled up by the time we get here. But that was because of the lack of sulfur. So yeah. Yeah, it is nice. There's something satisfying about sort of the Factorio train set when you have lots and lots of trains bimbling around your factory, and it's just sort of ticking over nicely, and you can feel the throughput going, especially when it's a new outpost that you've only just set up and it's just kicked in properly. It's definitely satisfying. So back to Norbit. Right, so over here, yeah, we have a steady flow going through here. Great. Now, what I should probably do, yeah, let's upgrade that and put in that there, and then tell that to input priority from the left. And that way, at least if there's a ship over here filling up, which there should be quite a lot of the time, or rather if the warehouse is filling up ready for the next ship. Have you actually got enough? No, there we go. So it's flowing again now. then it'll flow all out. I can have it all flow out of here and prioritize going this way, but it'll only go that way if this belt is full. So I think that makes sense too. Ooh, and now this one is Talos is stealing some of the sulfur as well, but you know that's I think that's kind of okay. We've got a limiter along here somewhere. It's keeping this down at. Oh yes, I need to put in another splitter along here. But while this is running merrily, I don't really want to. Okay, it's about to stop running merrily. Fine, this is a good time to put in a splitter then. Like that. That'll allow that to run at full speed. So I want this whole system to be able to churn the sulfur through at full deep space belt speed. And yeah. In fact, you know what you know what I'm going to do? Do that and that. And then even when because they're right next to each other, it just seems slightly silly not to. I'll do that for now until it's all fixed. This means that even if Talos is filling up with sulfur, we'll still be able to run at full speed through into Stardust. Depending on it, I mean, this is only when there is sulfur to be taken from here, or if there's enough sulfur coming along here, which is often not going to be the case. I mean, as you can see, we've got one inserter passing it through there at not a million miles an hour. This warehouse, this is full. Yeah, that's far too slow. What's going on in there? Are they connected together? I can't really tell. Okay, so we've got that filled up now. And I think we want this... No, I want this to be more than 200. Let's make that 2,000.
When it's a single loader, 200 is plenty. Right?
Yeah, but it's not a single... It's two loaders now. And every so often there's a huge demand on it. But that means I need to change these ones to 4,000. And then have a quick think about whether 4,000 is going to fit into there or not. 4,000 is going to be that's 1,000. Yeah, 4,000 will fit in easily. That's fine. Come on, bring me my deep space. I've done most of it. Right, and I want you to have an output priority to the left as well. I can't see the arrow because it's sulfur and it's yellow. Wait, what? I can't see the arrow at all. Do these things not get...
Alt mode?
Alt mode, thank you. Duh. That was so obvious. I should have... Oh, you don't need a prior input priority anymore. If their inputs are equivalent, come from the same... They come from literally the same splitter, so that's fine. Bots are trying to get down here, but they keep running out of battery. Yeah, like that. Silly things. I'm just going to do that now, I think, rather than wait, because didn't have long to wait. Okay, so that's the sulfur system improved. So we should be able to fill up the next Stardust ship a bit more quickly. The next question is not you. Next question is how is Stardust getting on? I mean, has it ripped through all of that sulfur and is now going, well, I'm hungry again? And yes, it has, and we've got 2,500 in there, which is actually going to be enough for this train to leave. And we filled all of these warehouses back up again. There's a load of data cards shoveled in there as well. So yeah, there was enough sulfur in this spaceship in the spaceship that came in to fill the warehouse back up again. So I think the system is okay. We've only got 2,500 there, and we've got down to none up here. I don't know, because we had a load of filling up of buffers to do. I think I want at least one more. Let's have a look how much is in the system after the next spaceship has gone. I think that's going to be a good way to test. And the next spaceship is... It's on its way out. It's got quite a way to go yet. Still 16 minutes away. So maybe not tonight. We'll see. But back over in orbit, how are we doing? How are we doing for the naquium now? I know I've been monitoring this quite hard all evening. I just want to see how things are getting on. So we've run out. We've run out of naquium. Okay. So that brings up the question: what's going on in Talos? Why is Talos not producing naquium fast enough? We have a problem. What is the problem? It's not the vitalic reagent this time, but it is the... No, it's not the... Yeah, but, you know what? Let's just look over here. What have we run out of? We've run out of holmium cables. Okay, that's weird. Is there any up top side? Presumably not, or the train would have come to get them. No, we've run out of... How have we run out of holmium cables? That's a weird one.
The ingot train for holmium has literally just headed down.
No, it's not a holmium supply problem because the spaceship has come out and there isn't enough here. So the ship left with insufficient on it. So it's not your fault. Obvious. Oh, there's a load in here. Ah, this system is jammed up because no.
Middle warehouse, presumably. Oh
No.
no.
However, we're doing. Oh, there's too many things. This is trying to pass too many things through into the middle warehouse, and there's only room for 4 things on here. So this whitelisting system is not working because it's saying, oh, this warehouse is short of these things. Pass them through, but...
Oh, you're trying to maintain a stock. I assumed you were doing Marc's thing of passing half of the stuff through. Have a look at what he's doing on the big grid spaceport here. Not exactly where I pinged, but just to the left of that. Or there specifically.
Oh, I see.
I believe he's... Are you passing half up or something?
Oh yeah, I do.
I know you're splitting it in half, or is that just... I don't know, maybe that's maintaining...
No, it's maintaining a specific amount.
Okay, never mind.
So he is doing what I'm doing. But because I'm doing it across multiple warehouses. Right, so what I'm going to have to do then... Oh, true. Yeah, blacklisting would... Yeah, that's probably a better way to do it. All right, let's try that. So I'll rotate this for a second so it's pointing in a more convenient direction, so it's a safer direction. Yeah, so we want to have blacklist of... Oh, we don't want to... No, don't do that. We want to blacklist as resource green bottles and methane ice and vulcanite. I have to do that across there. There we go. Now things are happy. I'm sure there was probably a reason why I did it like that. I think it was in order to split, because I was ordering quite large quantities of all of these things, it was to split it across all 3 of them. But this will probably be alright. Right, okay, yeah, starting to work again now. Not surprisingly, because it's, fixed. Why are you guys not working? Is it because we've got enough of whatever this one takes? Yes. So give it a moment or 10 to start pulling through both things. Yeah, so we're refilling all the buffers with the powder first, and then once that starts getting filled up and all the machines start working again, then we'll start to pull through the enriched naquium as well. Enriched naquitite even. He says cautiously optimistically. There's lots of buffers being filled up by the looks of it. There are a lot of buffers being filled up, that's fine. But if we kick in any moment now, that'd be nice. And I can see it working.
I should be taking damage.
Factorio². Okay, yeah. Oh, there we go. It's kicking in now properly. Starting to flow out of here a little bit. Anyway, given a little bit of time, this will kick back in again, and we'll start getting the throughput that we've come to expect. And we should start getting now. We should probably already we're starting to get some naquium ingots out of the top again. Yeah. So in theory, the system should have kept working. Oh, trains run out of fuel. Where's that?
Module City 1.
Oh, okay.
I
clicked it and I was on Talos and
weird,
I got very confused.
It looks like it should be being supplied with fuel.
Did it not wait somewhere for long enough, perhaps?
Potentially, I'm supposed to look at that.
And looking over here, we have a nice healthy supply of sulfur over here that's being for making the beryllium, so that's good. How much of our beryllium supplies? Oh, we've used up all of the trains are the mine trains are a little bit busy by the looks of it. How are we getting on here? Why are all of these still running? How much now? Basically, how much have we got now? 59,000. Oh, and it stops at 60,000. So next time a spaceship goes out, all of these will cut out. All of the ones that are running off the mines will cut out, and we'll just switch over to using the ones that are from the core processing. But that's one more spaceship. It has to go yet because I'm only counting what's over in Norvis because I don't really care. How full is the spaceship? The spaceship's nearly half full. Well, 40% full. And over here,
Mark, was that you or was that Mike?
What?
Who put some uranium in my pocket?
I'm on Big Red. No.
Yeah, but it's probably been in my pocket for
several hours.
An hour.
Yeah. No.
Your shields were good enough to cope with that then, clearly.
Yeah, because I switched back to myself to move some fuel across.
And you're going, why is it making popping noises? Why can I hear a what's the name? Geiger counter. It's a bit silly at this point in the game, isn't it? Where things just aren't really dangerous anymore. Why are you sitting there? What are you waiting for? 300 seconds of inactivity or D is the departure. Okay, so you're just waiting up here for 5 minutes, while down here, this station gradually fills up. I say gradually fills up. It's got to 9 stacks. So.
That's why.
So,
the train is looping. So it was, it didn't have an inactivity along with the empty. So it was arriving empty,
right,
and immediately leaving.
Yeah. So why was it looping? That's the next question.
Oh, we don't have enough iridium girders. Due to lack of iridium.
Okay, it is 20 to tomorrow, so I think I'm going to call this the end of the stream and start doing a bit of an outro and so on. So yes, thank you everyone who's been watching. I feel like we've, I feel like it's been a lot of jumping around, doing little bitty things here and there. I mean, we had the massive achievement earlier of making Norvis completely safe and killing every single biter on the entire planet, and doing it by hand. Well, I say by hand, by laser. None of this plague rocket shenaniganry for us. So we've dealt with all the biters on this planet, and it's been officially declared safe. And then it's been a case of sort of massaging the science and just sort of going through and watching where it breaks and sort of nudging it a little bit in the right place to try and get it going again, and dealing with all of the coolant problems that we're having and the naquium problems, and trying to make sure that the beryllium was working. Basically, just going back through as you have to do every so often in Factorio, and just making sure that you can't always be doing an exciting new science pack. Sometimes you have to go back and just make sure that all your logistics systems and your resource processing and resource generations working quite nicely. So it's been one of those sort of streams, and I think it's gone quite well. I feel like we've done useful stuff. We've moved on to getting some of the more advanced sciences happening. So we've Talos, as you can see, the naquium production has started flowing again, and we've got the train has been round. It's picked up some more crushed nacritite, and we've still got 2/3 of this warehouse left. So that timing works quite nicely. So we can pull more of the crushed out there and carry on processing it into this steady trickle of naquium. I can't call it much more than a trickle. It's only even a red belt down here. We're not even upgraded to blues, and it could be a yellow. That's how slowly it's coming through. And that's allowed me to get everything working out in Stardust, which is nice. I appreciate that being able to get Stardust up and running properly. It was good while it lasted. It's now stopped again, but you know we do what we must because we can. How's that ship going? The Stardust with a Vengeance is still quite a long way to go. But there is another one following it out, so that makes it look like the sulfur problems are now more or less solved over in Norbit. So that's good. That was a big upgrade. I didn't quite finish off the making the deep space deep space loaders because, well, they're horrendously expensive, and I just got distracted partway through and realised I didn't actually need them, so did alternatives instead. Anyway, all of that to say, that's been quite a good stream. We will be back. Well, no, I will be back on Wednesday for a Satisfactory stream. So carrying on again with train systems and spaghetti and all the sort of things you come to love from this. So please come along on Wednesday. Be good to see you all then. What else is happening? Oh yes, there's a video will be coming out, hopefully, fingers crossed, on Thursday if you're a supporter. So make sure you're a channel supporter. That means a Twitch subscriber, a YouTube member, or a donator on Ko-Fi, and then you get early access to videos. And it's in sort of very early access at the moment, but it'll be officially released for supporters on Thursday, probably, as long as there aren't any problems with editing it. I will then, as usual, be back this weekend with the usual update videos where I'll talk about what we've been doing in the stream and cover all this in a bit more detail and in a hopefully slightly more coherent and streamlined manner. So, thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow on Twitch and all these sort of appropriate things. It's funny, it's the opposite way around. Oh no, it's members on YouTube rather than followers. Anyway, so please do make sure you're following so you don't miss any of the future stuff on the channel. Thank you very much for watching. I shall see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, yes, achievement unlocked and nobody died. Well, good night, Doopy. Good night, Regular. Catch you next time.
you.